All right, so we actually had a fair election last night. So
All right, gang, we are live. We are live. Another night, another live stream. But this, of course, is the eve of Independence Day, the 4th of July, the wonderful time of year where we celebrate a nation conceived in faith, family, and freedom. Come on in, one and all. So good to see you guys. As you know, I am Dr. Steve, your Patriot Professor, here to help you staying sane in these insane times. Great to see each and every one of you. Come on in, one and all. What a night. What a night. What a 96 hours. I mean, what a time to be alive. This is incredible. I mean, I don't even know where to begin. The Democrats are in a total freefall. I have never seen a party unravel like this. Were they always this weak? Were they always such a paper tiger? Was that all it took last Thursday night? That's it? For the entire party, the entire legacy media apparatus to just unravel right in front of our very eyes, right in front of the world? Just days after literally everyone on the planet saw and continues to see in replay after replay after replay all of the lies, all of the 24/7 legacy media lies that have been propping up weekend at Bernie's Biden for these last 3.5 years, all absolutely implode. And we're still sifting through the rubble here. The rubble of these lies being so explicitly exposed. And now, gang, it's time. It is time. I've been teasing you with this for weeks now. We've got a huge, and who's ready for a huge? And I mean, this is huge. It's so huge. You might need to sit down. Maybe you'll be lying down like Sleepy Joe does for his naps each and every day. Seriously? Oh my heavens! This has been a long time coming. I am so excited. I've been chomping at the bit all day to share this news with you. Before I give you the big news, I want to talk to you about, I want us to savor this time we're in right now. This amazing, incredible, crazy time we're in right now. As you know, there are what we call pivotal moments in history, right? Pivotal moments. These are moments that indelibly change everything from that point moving forward. And of course, we're about to celebrate one of those very special moments tomorrow on July the 4th. No videos tomorrow. I want everybody to take off tomorrow, including my staff, all of us. We're all taking off to enjoy the 4th of July, Independence Day. You know, for those of us who place such a high value on faith, family, and freedom, this is obviously a very, very special day. It's a day to remember the founding of this great nation almost 250 years ago. It's a day to celebrate the birth of the greatest nation in history and to honor the vision of our founding fathers. And a vision, I will remind you, that did come to pass despite seemingly, impossible odds. A vision that did come to pass despite a lot of naysayers at the time, a lot of doomers, colonial doomers, who were intimidated by the superpower of the day trying to thwart that vision. How are we going to take on the United Kingdom, right? And that vision continues to this day, even despite the left doing everything they possibly can to undo that vision and rewrite history according to their own twisted Marxist narrative. But tomorrow, We honor and celebrate our freedom, our unique freedom as Americans. And we'll gather with friends, with families, with neighbors. We'll light fireworks. We'll enjoy some delicious barbecue, some adult beverages. We'll have parades, right? True parades, real parades that honor true and real American values. However, as you're out there watching and celebrating and just soaking in all of the festivities, particularly the fireworks, bathing in the national anthem, as you're watching the children play and seeing everything that just makes America great, as we're out there doing that, I want us to remember something Ronald Reagan once said. And he said, quote, "Freedom is a fragile thing, and it's never more than one generation away from extinction. It's not ours by way of inheritance. It must be fought for and defended constantly by each generation." One more time. Freedom is a fragile thing. It's beautiful. Freedom is fragile. And it's never more than one generation away from extinction. Boy, are we feeling that. It is not ours by way of inheritance. We can't be complacent with it. It's not guaranteed. It's not a given. It must be fought for and defended, and I love this, constantly by each generation. The great Ronald Reagan. And so after the finale of the fireworks tomorrow night, after the spectacular splendor, after this dazzling display slowly dissipates into the darkness of the night, I want you to remember these words. Freedom must be fought for and defended constantly, which is why I'm talking to you tonight in this special live stream. I want to invite you to a special live event 2 weeks from now on July the 17th at 7 p.m. Eastern. Write that down. July the 17th, 7 p.m. Eastern. Completely free event. We're calling it our Call to Arms event. This is a call to arms event that every courageous conservative needs to attend, because this is the event that ensures that we win, and we win huge in November. We're all seeing the time we're living in right now. This is unprecedented. This is absolutely unbelievable in all kinds of crazy, contradictory ways. We've got a former president of the United States possibly going to prison at the very same time the current president of the United States is imploding in front of the planet. The Democrats are panicked like never before. All at the same time, we have the most cowardly Republicans in Congress imaginable. The Democrats are scrambling. They've got no one, they've got no bench. They've literally got no one else that could even possibly replace a demented fool, which says a lot about their party. They are literally unraveling right before our very eyes. But this is no time to get complacent. In fact, it's the exact opposite. And I bet every single one of you agrees with me. This is the exact now is the time for what we call the coup de grace, right? The coup de grace, the final kill shot, metaphorically speaking, of course. The coup de grace that would take out and end the Democrats once and for all. That is what this free event is all about. This call to arms is going to show you the practical actions that you can take right now to fight for and defend our freedom going into November, so as to make this November the single most pivotal moment of our lifetimes. A pivotal that pivotal moment that they'll be talking about for generations, precisely because of what we did now. Now, I'm going to share with you all the details with you in a mere moment, but just right now, bottom line, I just want you to write down that date. Write it down, right? Or put it in your calendar, put it on your phone, block that time off. 7 p.m. Eastern. We'll probably go hour and a half to 2 hours. 7 p.m. Eastern time on Wednesday, July the 17th. This is going to be one of the most important, consequential things you can do leading up to November. Now, as you know, I've been telling you for years, despite the naysayers, that courageous conservatives are winning. Almost 8 years now, to be exact, right? This channel started my first broadcast November 1st, 2016, just 8 days before Trump became number 45. And it was there that I made the argument, our tagline, a new conservative age is rising. A new conservative age is rising. Many of you subscribe precisely just because of that tagline. A new conservative age is rising. It was a bold and, at the time, unique argument. Some others have been taking it up of late. Thank you. Right, flattery. What is it? Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Yeah, that's it. It was certainly contrary to a lot of what you were hearing among the doomsdayers, who were, the doomers, who were so, and continue to be, unfortunately, so prevalent among the right. But my mission from day one, from November 1st, 2016, my mission has been to share with you the scholarship that I encountered in the academy. A scholarship that was often researched by and published by liberals, committed liberals, who have nevertheless been admitting openly that their world is over. Their liberal, globalist, secular world is indeed coming to an end. And instead, they were seeing the rise of a far more nationalist, populist, traditionalist, religious, and civilizationalist world taking its place. And so from day one, I've been sharing with you that scholarship. I've been sharing with you that truth that, again, even liberal scholars are themselves admitting. From day one, I have been sharing with you that our best days as conservatives, as those who love faith, family, and freedom, our best days are ahead of us, not behind us. Now, that said, obviously the last few years have not been easy in the midst of that, have they? We have all seen the harsh attacks on our courageous conservative leaders. We've seen the lawfare they've unleashed on President Trump and so many of his supporters, Steve Bannon, Peter Navarro, J6 protesters. The wicked elite globalists who run our government are relentlessly attacking our faith, our families, our freedom. We're all seeing, frankly, with shock, what they're trying to do to our kids, either in the classroom or in the surgery room. Many of you know the demographic data. We talk about it all the time on this channel. Liberals have largely stopped having kids. Eric Kaufman, the religious shall inherit the earth thesis, a scholar at University of London. Liberals have largely stopped having kids. The numbers don't lie. So what are they doing? They're doing everything they can to ideologically indoctrinate ours. We're seeing how corporations have been so willingly deputized by unelected bureaucrats to impose woke values on the whole of the American workforce. The whole world has been seeing how the legacy media has been blatantly lying to us for the last 3.5 years. We saw how, given the opportunity, these people shut down our churches. They shut down our ability to congregate and to fellowship and to meet up with one another face to face. They've assaulted our cost of living, where so many of us now are having to live paycheck by paycheck and erode the value of our dollar with this rampant inflation that they have obviously no solution for. And perhaps worst of all, they have deliberately and completely opened up our southern border and unleashed a mass, unprecedented, violent crime epidemic all throughout our nation. And the one man who is single-handedly standing up against it all, they are actively trying to put into prison. We've always known what they're capable of. Certainly since we've been together, those of you who have been with me these last 8 years, we've always known what they're capable of. We've long felt the evil and known it in our gut for years, but nothing prepared me for the last few years. We've seen an evil unleashed in ways we never imagined our worst nightmares. And as many of you know, most of you, I've been a victim, obviously, to a lesser degree of some of these attacks. I shared with you several weeks back how Google totally demonetized our channel completely out of the blue. No warning, none whatsoever. They've suspended our super chats for live streams. As you notice, if you're trying to do a super chat, you can't. They've suspended. They have completely and totally demonetized this channel in a clear effort to try to silence us. And to be honest, I shared this with you. It has not been easy. I don't know. I guess it's easier, when your whole adult life is lecture halls and libraries. You're kind of shielded from the direct attacks, right? But I shared with you guys, like many of you over the last 3 years, I finally fell into a bit of despair. In fact, this spring, I made a side comment about how I frankly was considering retiring from all this just because of the sense of the weightiness of it all. I literally openly wondered whether all of this was worth it or not. But thank God, and I mean that literally, thank God, I am surrounded by such courageous conservatives like you. You who helped me snap out of it and remember the big picture, the very picture that I've been painting for you these last several years that even I temporarily lost sight of. The fundamental truths that God is in control, that he has, through his cross and his resurrection, already won the battle, and therefore we have won. And that even liberals themselves are admitting that the days of secular globalism are indeed coming to an end. And all I need to do is to be faithful. I need to keep, what is it Rocky says? It's not how hard you hit, it's how hard you can get hit, and then get up and keep moving forward. I just need to keep rockying. I just need to keep moving forward, keep fighting in my own particular way with my own specific gifts. And so I want to encourage you with that even if you're feeling overwhelmed by all the craziness that's happening in the last few years, even if you felt like giving up, throwing in the towel, or a nice biblical metaphor, if you've been more focused on the giants in the land instead of the divine promises given to us to face those giants, I want to invite you to join us on July 17th, because I truly believe that for many of you, this is going to be a life-changing event. I believe you're going to walk away encouraged and with a renewed sense of purpose for what you can do with your own particular gifts to ensure victory in November and beyond. We all need this encouragement. In fact, many of you have written to me and encouraged me these past few months in ways I never expect. For example, Stacey, dear Stacey, a wonderful lady, joined our Courageous Conservative Club after she heard about our demonetization. And dear Cece has been giving us several $100s a month, if you can believe it, just to help offset the financial hit we took. And so my team reached out to her to thank her and asked where we could send her a special gift that we had for her. Gang, she refused. She freaking refused it. She just wanted to support us. She just wanted to help, and that's gift enough for her. I mean, what do you say to that? That's a patriot. That's how patriots take care of each other. We're a worldwide community that cares for and looks after one another. And what Cece did, gang, is just the tip, a very beautiful, shining tip of the iceberg of the flood of encouragement that you've all been sending in over the last several months. Like I said before, gang, all of this has led to me waking up and realizing that you are why I do this. You are my gift. You are enough for me to wake up each and every morning to do what I do. And the small part that I play in this big, massive picture is that I can give you the courage to continue to encourage others precisely like you've done for me. That's what we did for Roseanne Barr. Remember I told you guys some weeks back when I was at Mar-a-Lago to meet number 45, soon to be number 47 himself. I got to meet Roseanne Barr. The great Roseanne Barr. 2 #1 sitcoms in her career. Absolutely astonishing. She's a fan of the channel. I couldn't believe it. She came up to me. She came up to me and said, Dr. Steve, I love you. And I was like, I love you. What are you talking about? But what was so beautiful is she said, you know, you give me courage to speak out in her sphere of the world in Hollywood. You give me courage to speak out. And I'm thinking, well, where do you think I got the courage from? Where do you think I get the encouragement to keep going with this? And you know the answer. It's you. You're the ones that give me the courage to share with others and encourage them. That's why I love to say we were all there at Mar-a-Lago together that night, all of us. Because you gave me the encouragement that I can use to awaken a comparable courage in others like the great Roseanne. Dear, dear Roseanne. So, here is the huge announcement. I have been hosting this YouTube channel for nearly 8 years, this November, and it's been the most amazing ride imaginable. I never dreamed I would meet someone as wonderful as Roseanne Barr. I never dreamed I would share the stage with number 45, soon to be number 47 himself, or Donald Trump Jr. I mean, I would never have dreamed in a million years I'd be doing anything like that. Hanging out in lecture halls and libraries. However, my team and I we believe, upon reflection, we realize that we're being called to something even greater than what we're doing now. We're being called to something even greater. Now, don't worry. Don't worry. We're going to keep making videos each and every day. Nothing's changing there. Don't worry about that. Videos are coming. Don't worry. But our purpose and our direction are changing significantly so that we can better serve you, to better encourage you to go and encourage others. So this is why my team and I, for the past few months, have been planning and seeking out the advice of a number of fellow patriot leaders. Again, I mean, if you think about it, we've got Biden and the Democrats on the ropes like literally never before. We're all in complete and total agreement, nevertheless, that this is not the time to get complacent. This is not the time to sit back and say, oh, we got this. November's a foregone conclusion. No way. If we think they were desperate in 2020, that was nothing compared to the current desperation. We cannot possibly be complacent. We need to take action and decisive action at that. Every single one of us needs to take action right now to make sure we win in November and beyond, to make sure that November truly is too big to rig. And that's why we put together this very special event, a call to arms event for July 17th at 7 p.m. Eastern. Now, the RSVP link is right down below the video. Just click on that link, and we got some very, very special surprises for you. First and foremost, click on that link below, and when you register, you can see the video of when I met Roseanne Barr at Mar-a-Lago. I mean, it's wonderful. I've watched it over and over and over, and I never stop having a smile from ear to ear. It's wonderful. It's going to so encourage you. But most of all, we've got a special gift for the first 500 RSVPs. I'll tell you more about that gift in a minute. Now, remember, there is no charge for this event. This is completely free. This is you encouraging me, and now I'm encouraging you. It's just registering. That's all you need to do right now. Now, make no mistake, this call to arms event is crucial for your future, as we're going to be getting into practical action plans for what you can do right now to make sure we win in November. We got 4 months. We simply cannot even remotely be complacent. You know that. And so we need to have very clear, actionable steps to make sure that this November is truly too big to rig. So let me give you some of the details about this event and why you will not want to miss this. First off, I am going to reveal something brand new here. I'm going to be unveiling my liberal indoctrination vaccination in order to help you think better so your children, your grandchildren, will no longer be manipulated by the woke media. I promise you, this alone would be worth it. This is going to help. It's going to help you convince others, your liberal friends or your friends on the fence, precisely why they need to get on the Trump train for November and beyond. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to exploit the shock everyone saw on Thursday night. We are going to exploit that. Everyone's in shock on Thursday night. They were not just in shock about Biden. They were in utter and complete shock that they've been lied to so blatantly 24/7 the last 3.5 years by the legacy media. They are in shock. Their worldview is in the balance. And we're in a position now, a unique position, to be able now to persuade them in a thoroughly MAGA direction for their own sake, for their own happiness, for their own enjoyment, for them to come to the realization of reality. That's what we're going to be doing. That's my liberal indoctrination vaccination. Secondly, we're going to have some very special guests. Now, I've got my good friend and fellow patriot, Joseph Aaron, who will be joining us. Now, Joe is amazing. He's a very dear friend. And he's an expert at helping courageous conservatives figure out, in effect, their calling, figure out what role they can play in the battle against the woke left to help us win in November. And what's so awesome about Joe is that he gets that, not everyone's called to run for office. Not everyone's called to get in front of a camera, be a YouTuber or social media influencer or anything like that. What Joe is amazing at is he can help you identify your unique talents and gifts and then design a plan that you can implement now to ensure that we win in November. This is our pivotal time, and you are a part of it. So Joe is going to help you identify precisely what you can do with your own unique gifts to make sure we win. It's going to be absolutely amazing. And then you're going to love this. This is what I have my friend Elizabeth joining us. Now, Elizabeth is an ordinary homeschooling mom who decided several years ago to take action by engaging in her local government. And what she's going to do is she's going to share how she led her children by example and engaged with local leaders and figured out how to impact local politics. Now, when she first started doing this, Elizabeth was literally shell-shocked. She was astonished by how few conservatives were actually engaged in local politics. And she's convinced, I think she's absolutely right here, she's convinced that we've lost ground largely due to the fact that our generation's not being educated in our civic rights and duties. And then that has created this vacuum, this power vacuum that's enabled insane woke tyrants to rise up and take over our local towns all over the country. But the really amazing thing here is that she has a plan on how you can get involved in your own specific, unique way, even if you don't want to run for office or get up and make speeches in front of school board meetings, whatever. Her discoveries will be so encouraging to you as she shows you how you can find out what your own unique role is in impacting and affecting local politics. It's going to be absolutely amazing. So that's just a little bit of a sample of what we're going to be covering in this wonderful Call to Arms event. So don't wait. Click on that link below. RSVP right now. And the key here, gang, again, it doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter how young you are. It doesn't matter how rich. It don't matter how poor. It doesn't matter how cynical or despairing or blackpilling you've been over the last few years. This event, this completely free event, is for you. It is my gift to you. Speaking of gift, ouch, I just smacked my face. Speaking of gift, I've got a gift for the first 500 RSVPs. So that's why you can't wait. Click on the link below right now. Secure your free gift as I murder myself here. The gift you're going to get is our Courageous Conservative Kit. That's what we're calling it, our Courageous Conservative Kit. There it is. Now, the Courageous Conservative Kit is designed to prepare you for this call to arms so you can take action and realize your own unique role in making sure we win bigly in November. It's awesome. The kit has two parts to it. The first is my blueprint that I put together and I've used for my own life, building my own parallel economy for my family and my local community. Again, this is all about taking action, what you can do yourself. So what I've done is I've summarized some key ways that I've done this in a guide. It's called Building Your Own Patriot Ecosystem. Okay, building your own Patriot ecosystem. This is going to help give you. It's going to give you a sense of what to do in the weeks and months ahead. Again, leading up to November and beyond. Right, November is just the beginning. So these are very, very practical action items you can take right now to help build a society of faith, family, and freedom. Now, in addition to that, secondly, you're going to get my fake news antidote. This is my personal list of websites and resources that I go to on a daily basis to do my own research and get real news as opposed to all the fake news out there. And the best part here is not only are you going to be able to access those same sites, but you can share those resources with friends, with family, so they can get weaned off of fake news resources themselves. So I promise you, you are going to love this Courageous Conservative Kit, as well as it prepare you for the Call to Arms event on July the 17th, and encourage you and give you clarity in the weeks and the months ahead. So don't wait. Click on that link below right now. RSVP for this very important event, and the first 500 of you will get your very own Courageous Conservative Kit. Again, gang, this is an absolute honor and a privilege for me. Just like you lifted me up when I needed it, I'm going to do the same for you on this special event on the 17th. If you're serious about winning in November, if you're serious about the future of your faith, of your family, of your freedom, this event is all about how you discover your role and your place in this battle against the woke, wicked, lunatic left who are doing absolutely everything they possibly can to attack your faith, your family, and your freedom. You owe it to your children. You owe it to your grandchildren to be fully engaged over the next 4 months and to make sure that we win in November and beyond. November is just the beginning. Think about the legacy you want to leave for your children, your grandchildren. Do you want them growing up in a world where these fundamental values are continuously and hopelessly dismissed, derided, and denigrated? Or even worse, a world where they can actually be indicted by liberal lunatics for the very values that we hold dear? This is why I have been chomping at the bit to make this huge announcement. I am launching this practical training for free that's designed for individuals like you who are passionate about restoring our core principles both in this pivotal 2024 election and beyond. This program will provide you with the effective strategies to counter radical narratives, engage in meaningful dialogue, and become a powerful advocate for the values that built our society. Join me, gang, in this mission to reclaim our voices and secure a brighter future for the next generations. This is our pivotal moment. This is our moment when we fight for and defend our freedom. A very happy, safe, and blessed Independence Day to you all. I love you. God bless, gang.
Today's insane imbalance complaint comes from one of the world's greatest, the current rank 2 Grandmaster on Korea, an ex-world champion, a player who has won more than $700,000 in StarCraft 2 prize money. Sadly, despite his great abilities as a player, he's incapable of reading or writing, and thus we have to do with this video submission.
Dear Harstem, today I played a very frustrating game of StarCraft 2. I feel like when the Terran maxes out and reaches the ultimate army, there's not much I can do to counter it, in straight up fights, at least. I feel like my grandma could take over this game that I sent you, and I would still not be able to get a decent fight. I was fangling the ghosts, blinding clouding the Thors, and my broodlords were just not killing anything. Perhaps maybe I could have beaten a donkey, blinding clouding the Thors, and my broodlords were just not killing anything. Perhaps maybe I could have beaten a donkey using Terran. But I feel like when it comes to human beings, doesn't matter your MMR, I would not be able to beat the army. Help me out here, Arstem. Is it Imba or do I suck?
Advanced StarCraft 2 viewers in either and start pumping stuff if your early game isn't that great. I really believe this to be the correct call, but at the same time, it feels like the correct call doesn't do anything either. You know, this... I'm having difficulty seeing how Raynor's gonna win a fight here. One way he potentially could win a fight is by being relatively low in worker counts. Relatively low in worker counts. So 77 to 92. So his army is gonna be bigger. Army value is also gonna just be a little bit higher because of that. I would love for him to try and get rid of these roaches to increase the Broodlord count at a higher pace. I think that would actually be a good play. Because these roaches, they don't contribute very much. I think these Ravagers, they might still have a role if you hit a fungal, or you can maybe try to take out some Thors with that, or trying to clear some SCVs that are repairing. That could be big. Oh, here we're moving forward with the Brutes. Ghost coming in now as well from the side. Do we have personal cloaking? Yes, of course we do. Vikings are here too. We have +1 as the air weapon, so it's going to be +1 versus soon 3-3. At the same time, the Banshee over here on the right side is going to be taken out. The right side of the map has been professionally sealed off, by the way, by Raynor. So there's no real minor harassment that can be utilized over there, which is going to bother him. So full focus on this push. 105 army supply to 128. Big fungal, big blinding cloud into fungal, into another fungal, into massive biles. Taking out this entire army. This was a good trade. This was a very good trade. Tanks were just rolling in. The Thor count doesn't seem high enough to deal with this quite yet. The Ghost count doesn't feel high enough either. I think Gumiho is taking some absolutely terrible fights here. Bad decisions all around. It's gonna end up losing basically all of his Thors here. Raynor maybe even with the ability to continue pushing in forward, as his Broodlord count is still at 14. 6 new Thors are coming out. Ghost now getting the first 2 snipes off. And on top of that, the Roaches have disappeared, which is exactly what we wanted. I also don't think I've seen a single EMP on either the Vipers or the Infestors. Every single fungal and every single blinding cloud has been pretty much perfect, but not a single EMP. Have we even sniped anything? 1 Brute has fallen so far, and 5 Thors have gone down. Raynor continuing to add in more Corruptors. This Thor should die. Yep, there we go. Love to still see some melee upgrades here for these bad boys. Ravagers moving in forward. Fungals once again hitting. Although he did lose 2-3 Infestors there for no reason. Like, he got a fungal off, but there was no follow-up with the fungal. And it was obvious there wasn't going to be a follow-up, because he's busy morphing 9 Brutes. You want to wait for these 9 Brutes to boost your army. Drone count, by the way, still going down, while the SCV count remains stable at 91. So that means that the army for Raynor is going to continue going up in army supply. While it feels like the army of Gumiho is not really going up in supply. Kind of remaining the same. Another big fungal here hits on the left side. resources lost so far in favor of Raynor. These first few fights where the tanks have been dying have been fantastic for our Italian Zerg player. Absolutely fantastic. But in a way, because he's not killing his opponent, he's just improving his opponent's army. So these tanks are disappearing. They're being replaced by Ghost. They're being replaced by Thors. I think one thing we need as well is Hellbats. Hellbats generally very powerful against Broodlings. Oh, here we go. Nuke being added in. Another big Fungal's gonna connect, but sadly the Brutes need to push away. Or pull away. Because a nuke is about to land. +2 attack for the Brutes is about to finish up as well. Decent Blinding Cloud. Can we get a Fungal here? Can we get a Neural? Anything? We get a big Fungal, but the Terran just kind of turns around and says, nice Fungal, bro. But did you perhaps realize that Brutes don't fight so well? As Snipe's still not going off, as a Fungal cancels it every time. But this wasn't even that great of a trade here for Raynor, I think. Which is surprising. That actually did surprise me a little bit. This army feels incomplete still, lacking Hellbats, lacking supply. While Raynor's army feels largely complete. His +2 is now about to finish up as well. That's going to actually contribute massively into this next few fights. I'd love to see a transfuse on this Viper. I think that would be a nice move. So otherwise Thors could just take it out. Yeah, this is stupid. That was a mistake. That's actually a pretty major error because Vipers are absolutely key in these fights. They're absolutely key in these fights. Good Biles. Lost increases. Down 40. Kumio was playing this. So I
Design a training program so that I can run a marathon.
I haven't actually seen this type of splitting a whole lot. I also haven't seen a whole lot of pure Thor 16 Ghosts on the other side. It's like that significant supply. Not here in the fight. You shouldn't try to fight. The point is you pull back with the army that is weaker than the main army and you go for base trades. Then you can just outmine your opponent. You expand where the Broodlord army is. And this is so similar, actually, now that I think about it, to a Zerg versus Protoss style that Protoss plays, where we split up the Immortal Archon Storm army, and the Zerg has a very difficult time dealing with that army. It seems like that is a very similar problem here that the Zerg player has in TVZ, as now we once again have this entire army together. Looks powerful, looks strong. Can't really fight against it. But split up, you also can't really fight against it. Because they just run away. Loving the addition, by the way. You need some type of ground force, but if this army is split in two halves, what ground force can kill a half? I don't see it. Race. Almost. He's gonna move his entire army back to deal with 4 links. While simultaneously taking a fight against, like, your entire army is over here. Might be good for me to try and throw some Thors out, as he loses some XP, in my mind. It as well. I just don't entirely understand what this answer consists of. Hive's gonna go down, Infestation Pit goes down. Unfightable. Unfightable. Can't go for a base trade, though. That is a ridiculous proposition in my mind. Yeah. You kind of feel forced of attacking into this, but I don't think you actually are. Well, you are kind of forced attacking into it, but it's not going to do anything. So, yeah, no point really in trying. Like, these types of concaves, absolutely no shot. Army value for the Zerg player currently at 9k in gas, 9k in minerals. Very expensive army. Terran at 8.2 in minerals, 4.6 in gas. Another Fungal's gonna hit. The Ghosts are kind of trying to bait here. Oh, good cloak. No Overseers in the mix anymore, are there? I'm not seeing them, at least. It's gonna need to build some. He doesn't have the gas for it, though. He simply doesn't have the gas. Now it's just being kind of choked out. mule mining on the left side. It's gonna bump this income above 4k. Then I don't think it's much of an issue because it simply doesn't happen. But we do watch a lot of late games in TVZs because it's not so difficult to get there. And especially if the early game for Terran is somewhat decent, it feels viable to get there quite often, as we saw in this game. Gumio was practically in the ultra late game at minute 12, minute 13, when he started adding in Ghost. And it feels like that there is no Zerg composition that can cost efficiently trade. It feels like there is no Zerg composition that can consistently be in charge of more bases than the Terran. And there's definitely no combination of these things where you can trade cost efficiently and have more bases than the Terran. I've seen a lot of fights in this game where I think Gumiho did almost nothing right and Reynor did a lot correct. Where I believe that if those roles were reversed, had Reynor made big mistakes and Gumio does everything correct, it would be a one-sided sweep, right? If Reynor attacked into a concave, even for a few seconds, he's losing 3-4k resources. But if Gumio attacks into a bad position, gets fungled his entire army 3-4 times, he might lose 2 Thors. Ghost heal back up, and he can try again a little bit later. I would say that there is perhaps no balance between those two things, where it seems significantly harder for Zergs to take good fights. When both players are of equal skill, it seems almost impossible for Zerg to take good fights. There are so many options that the Terran has movement-wise. They have almost infinite vision due to the help of sensor towers as well as scans. Ladies and gentlemen, I think in the 4.5 years that I've been running this series, it hasn't happened yet, but today we might be here. I personally believe
This is Imba.
that the Zerg versus Terran late game
Is Imba.
is imbalanced
Yes, it is.
in favor of Terran.
Yes, it is.
But sadly, I am not authorized to make this claim.
To ensure the unimpeachability as well as a lack of bias when it comes to the balance of StarCraft II, Captain Harstem is not qualified to distribute IMBA stamps by himself. It has to be confirmed by a randomly selected council of 4 well-respected pro players, as well as a cheesy Italian. To further ensure an independent choice of these council members, ChatGPT was tasked to select them. As you can see, it went with Clem, Future, Kalajer, Euthermal, and Larimbo. Let's hear what they have to say.
It's with great shame that I'm forced to announce that what we just saw is indeed...
Definitely not imbalanced. Reddit just sucks.
How can I beat Mech? I wonder to myself. But no worries, I've been told by the great minds of all things Terran and every Terran ever that Mech is actually not viable at the top level. It's so easy to beat. You should just play like Sarah or just play like someone good, like Reynor, yeah. So I'm like, oh, surely I'm gonna check the replay and see how a pro gamer that's really good at the game like Reynor deals with this fucking bullshit.
This is an interesting case because it's patently true that Reynor sucks. Late game Terran is perfectly balanced, and can we please buff Protoss?
Oh yeah, late game is gonna be good. I see Reynor setting up. He has the Broodal, the Viper, the Infestors, the Queens, everything. Everything is set up. The Corruptor. And he's going, oh, he's taking good trade after good trade. That's what I need to do. I just need to do... And then he gets the fucking A moved.
I'm sorry, guys. Terran isn't actually imbalanced. Reynor just sucks.
Fucking good control. Like, he had no control. He wasn't doing anything. He was no control. There was no sprinting. There was nothing. He just have to move with Thors and Ghosts and stuff. How is this balance? How is this balance? Captain, I'm sorry. I declare this as...
It's not imbalanced. Reynor sucks.
All right, guys and girls, you heard it. My hands are tied. We found a random sample of unbiased pro gamers, and they did not agree with me. I admit as well that there's of course holes in my knowledge when it comes to...
You can argue that Raynor's supposed to use Neural Parasite, but really? With fucking Liberators and Ghosts.
We are live. We are live. Another night, another live stream. But this, of course, is the eve of Independence Day.
No, we
the
didn't get
4th of
anything.
July,
We didn't
the
catch
wonderful
anything.
time of year where we celebrate a nation.
We kept getting robbed by the fucking crabs. They kept taking the fucking bait. I get the heebie-jeebies when I see a crab. It's like a giant spider, you know? My fucking neighbor had to keep dislodging the fucking crab off my line. Like, I can't go near those fucking things, dude. Like, which is funny is I don't actually mind, like, regular spiders, but there's something about the fucking crab, dude. Like, look at it. Like, it's a fucking giant fucking spider, dude. Like, I can't fucking touch that thing. You know what I mean? Yeah, the spider crab.
Conceived in faith, family, and freedom. Come on in, one and all. So good to see you guys. As you know, I am Dr. Steve, your Patriot Professor, here to help you staying sane in these insane times. Great to see each and every one of you. Come on in, one and all. What a night. What a night. What a 96 hours. I mean, what a time to be alive. This is incredible. I mean, I don't even know where to begin. The Democrats are in a total freefall. I have never seen a party unravel like this. Were they always this weak? Were they always such a paper tiger? Was that all it took last Thursday night? That's it? For the entire party, the entire legacy media apparatus to just unravel right in front of our very eyes, right in front of the world? Just days after literally everyone on the planet saw and continues to see in replay after replay after replay all of the lies, all of the 24/7 legacy media lies that have been propping up Weekend at Bernie's Biden for these last 3.5 years all absolutely implode. Implode. And we're still sifting through the rubble here. The rubble of these lies being so explicitly exposed. And now, gang, it's time. It is time. I've been teasing you with this for weeks now. We've got a huge, and who's ready for a huge? And I mean, this is huge. It's so huge. You might need to sit down. Maybe you'll be lying down like Sleepy Joe does for his naps each and every day. Seriously? Oh my heavens! This has been a long time coming. I am so excited. I've been chomping at the bit all day to share this news with you. Before I give you the big news, I want to talk to you about, I want us to savor this time we're in right now. This amazing, incredible, crazy time we're in right now. As you know, there are what we call pivotal moments in history, right? Pivotal moments. These are moments that indelibly change everything from that point moving forward. And of course, we're about to celebrate one of those very special moments tomorrow on July the 4th. No videos tomorrow. I want everybody to take off tomorrow, including my staff, all of us. We're all taking off to enjoy the 4th of July, Independence Day. You know, for those of us who place such a high value on faith, family, and freedom, this is obviously a very, very special day. It's a day to remember the founding of this great nation almost 250 years ago. It's a day to celebrate the birth of the greatest nation in history and to honor the vision of our founding fathers. And a vision, I will remind you, that did come to pass despite seemingly, impossible odds. A vision that did come to pass despite a lot of naysayers at the time, a lot of doomers, colonial doomers, who were intimidated by the superpower of the day trying to thwart that vision. How are we going to take on the United Kingdom, right? And that vision continues to this day, even despite the left doing everything they possibly can to undo that vision and rewrite history according to their own twisted Marxist narrative. But tomorrow, we honor and celebrate our freedom, our unique freedom as Americans. And we'll gather with friends, with families, with neighbors. We'll light fireworks. We'll enjoy some delicious barbecue, some adult beverages. We'll have parades, right? True parades, real parades that honor true and real American values. However, as you're out there watching and celebrating and just soaking in all of the festivities, particularly the fireworks, bathing in the national anthem, as you're watching the children play and seeing everything that just makes America great, as we're out there doing that, I want us to remember something Ronald Reagan once said. And he said, quote, "Freedom is a fragile thing, and it's never more than one generation away from extinction. It's not ours by way of inheritance. It must be fought for and defended constantly by each generation." One more time. Freedom is a fragile thing. It's beautiful. Freedom is fragile. And it's never more than one generation away from extinction. Boy, are we feeling that. It is not ours by way of inheritance. We can't be complacent with it. It's not guaranteed. It's not a given. It must be fought for and defended, and I love this, constantly by each generation. The great Ronald Reagan. And so after the finale of the fireworks tomorrow night, after the spectacular splendor, after this dazzling display slowly dissipates into the darkness of the night, I want you to remember these words. Freedom must be fought for and defended constantly, which is why I'm talking to you tonight in this special live stream. I want to invite you.
I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
To a special
All right, so we have the formula. So let me turn this on.
Live event 2 weeks from now on July the 17th at 7 p.m. Eastern. Write that down. July the 17th, 7 p.m. Eastern. Completely free event. We're calling it our Call to Arms event. This is a call to arms event that every courageous conservative needs to attend, because this is the event that ensures that we win, and we win huge in November. We're all seeing the time we're living in right now. This is unprecedented. This is absolutely unbelievable in all kinds of crazy, contradictory ways.
Oh, my glasses are dirty. Hold on.
A former president of the United States possibly going to prison at the very same time the current president of the United States is imploding in front of the planet. The Democrats are panicked like never before. All at the same time, we have the most cowardly Republicans in Congress imaginable. The Democrats are scrambling. They've got no one. They've got no bench. They've literally got no one else that could even possibly replace a demented fool, which says a lot about their party. They are literally unraveling right before our very eyes. But this is no time to get complacent. In fact, it's the exact opposite. And I bet every single one of you agrees with me. This is the exact now is the time for what we call the coup de grace, right? The coup de grace. The final kill shot, metaphorically speaking, of course. The coup de grace that would take out and end the Democrats once and for all. That is what this free event is all about. This call to arms is going to show you the practical actions that you can take right now to fight for and defend our freedom going into November, so as to make this November the single most pivotal moment of our lifetimes. A pivotal, that pivotal moment that they'll be talking about for generations, precisely because of what we did now. Now, I'm going to share with you all the details with you in a mere moment. But just right now, bottom line, I just want you to write down that date. Write it down, right? Or put it in your calendar, put it on your phone, block that time off. 7 p.m. Eastern. We'll probably go hour and a half to 2 hours. 7 p.m. Eastern time on Wednesday, July the 17th. This is going to be one of the most important, consequential things you can do leading up to November. Now, as you know, I've been telling you for years, despite the naysayers, that courageous conservatives are winning. Almost 8 years now, to be exact, right? This channel started my first broadcast November 1st, 2016, just 8 days before Trump became number 45. And it was there that I made the argument, our tagline, a new conservative age is rising. A new conservative age is rising. Many of you subscribed precisely just because of that tagline. A new conservative age is rising. It was a bold and, at the time, unique argument. Some others have been taking it up of late. Thank you. Right, flattery. What is it? Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Yeah, that's it. It was certainly contrary to a lot of what you were hearing among the doomsdayers, the doomers, who were so, and continue to be, unfortunately, so prevalent among the right. But my mission from day one, from November 1st, 2016, my mission has been to share with you the scholarship that I encountered in the academy. A scholarship that was often researched by and published by liberals, committed liberals, who have nevertheless been admitting openly that their world is over. Their liberal, globalist, secular world is indeed coming to an end. And instead, they were seeing the rise of a far more nationalist, populist, traditionalist, religious, and civilizationalist world taking its place. And so from day one, I've been sharing with you that scholarship. I've been sharing with you that truth that, again, even liberal scholars are themselves admitting. From day one, I have been sharing with you that our best days as conservatives, as those who love faith, family, and freedom, our best days are ahead of us, not behind us. Now, that said, obviously the last few years have not been easy in the midst of that, have they? We have all seen the harsh attacks on our courageous conservative leaders. We've seen the lawfare they've unleashed on President Trump and so many of his supporters, Steve Bannon, Peter Navarro, J6 protesters. The wicked elite globalists who run our government are relentlessly attacking our faith, our families, our freedom. We're all seeing, frankly, with shock, what they're trying to do to our kids, either in the classroom or in the surgery room. Many of you know the demographic data. We talk about it all the time on this channel. Liberals have largely stopped having kids. Eric Kaufman, the religious shall inherit the earth thesis, a scholar at University of London. Liberals have largely stopped having kids. The numbers don't lie. So what are they doing? They're doing everything they can to ideologically indoctrinate ours. We're seeing how corporations have been so willingly deputized by unelected bureaucrats to impose woke values on the whole of the American workforce. The whole world has been seeing how the legacy media has been blatantly lying to us for the last 3.5 years. We saw how, given the opportunity, these people shut down our churches. They shut down our ability to congregate and to fellowship and to meet up with one another face to face. They've assaulted our cost of living, where so many of us now are having to live paycheck by paycheck and erode the value of our dollar with this rampant inflation that they have obviously no solution for. And perhaps worst of all, they have deliberately and completely opened up our southern border and unleashed a mass, unprecedented, violent crime epidemic all throughout our nation. And the one man who is single-handedly standing up against it all, they are actively trying to put into prison. We've always known what they're capable of. Certainly since we've been together, those of you who have been with me these last 8 years, we've always known what they're capable of. We've long felt the evil and known it in our gut for years, but nothing prepared me for the last few years. We've seen an evil unleashed in ways we never imagined our worst nightmares. And as many of you know, most of you, I've been a victim, obviously, to a lesser degree of some of these attacks. I shared with you several weeks back how Google totally demonetized our channel completely out of the blue. No warning, none whatsoever. They've suspended our super chats for live streams. As you notice, if you're trying to do a super chat, you can't. They've suspended. They have completely and totally demonetized this channel in a clear effort to try to silence us. And to be honest, I shared this with you. It has not been easy. I don't know. I guess it's easier, you know, when your whole adult life is lecture halls and libraries. You're kind of shielded from the direct attacks, right? But I shared with you guys, you know, like many of you over the last 3 years, I finally fell into a bit of despair. And in fact, you know, this spring, I made a side comment about how I frankly was considering retiring from all this just because of the sense of the weightiness of it all. I literally openly wondered whether all of this was worth it or not. But thank God, and I mean that literally, thank God, I am surrounded by such courageous conservatives like you. You who helped me snap out of it and remember the big picture, the very picture that I've been painting for you these last several years that even I temporarily lost sight of. The fundamental truths that God is in control, that he has, through his cross and his resurrection, already won the battle, and therefore we have won. And that even liberals themselves are admitting that the days of secular globalism are indeed coming to an end. And all I need to do is to be faithful. I need to keep, what is it Rocky says? It's not how hard you hit, it's how hard you can get hit and then get up and keep moving forward. I just need to keep rockying. I just need to keep moving forward, keep fighting in my own particular way with my own specific gifts. And so I want to encourage you with that even if you're feeling overwhelmed by all the craziness that's happening in the last few years, even if you felt like giving up, throwing in the towel, or a nice biblical metaphor, if you've been more focused on the giants in the land instead of the divine promises given to us to face those giants, I want to invite you to join us on July 17th, because I truly believe that for many of you, this is going to be a life-changing event. I believe you're going to walk away encouraged and with a renewed sense of purpose for what you can do with your own particular gifts to ensure victory in November and beyond. We all need this encouragement. In fact, many of you have written to me and encouraged me these past few months in ways I never expect. For example, Stacey, dear Stacey, a wonderful lady, joined our Courageous Conservative Club after she heard about our demonetization. And dear Cece has been giving us several $100s a month, if you can believe it, just to help offset the financial hit we took. And so my team reached out to her to thank her and asked where we could send her a special gift that we had for her. Gang, she refused. She freaking refused it. She just wanted to support us. She just wanted to help, and that's gift enough for her. I mean, what do you say to that? That's a patriot. That's how patriots take care of each other. We're a worldwide community that cares for and looks after one another. And what Cece did, gang, is just the tip, a very beautiful, shining tip of the iceberg of the flood of encouragement that you've all been sending in over the last several months. Like I said before, gang, all of this has led to me waking up and realizing that you are why I do this. You are my gift. You are enough for me to wake up each and every morning to do what I do. And the small part that I play in this big, massive picture is that I can give you the courage to continue to encourage others precisely like you've done for me. That's what we did for Roseanne Barr. Remember I told you guys some weeks back when I was at Mar-a-Lago to meet number 45, soon to be number 47 himself. I got to meet Roseanne Barr. The great Roseanne Barr. 2 #1 sitcoms in her career. Absolutely astonished. She's a fan of the channel. I couldn't believe it. She came up to me. She came up to me and said, Dr. Steve, I love you. And I was like, I love you. What are you talking about? But what was so beautiful is she said, you know, you give me courage to speak out in her sphere of the world in Hollywood. You give me courage to speak out. And I'm thinking, well, where do you think I got the courage from? Where do you think I get the encouragement to keep going with this? And you know the answer. It's you. You're the ones that give me the courage to share with others and encourage them. That's why I love to say we were all there at Mar-a-Lago together that night. All of us. Because you gave me the encouragement that I can use to awaken a comparable courage in others like the great Roseanne. Dear, dear Roseanne. So, here is the huge announcement. I have been hosting this YouTube channel for nearly 8 years. This November. And it's been the most amazing ride imaginable. I never dreamed I would meet someone as wonderful as Roseanne Barr. I never dreamed I would share the stage with number 45, soon to be number 47 himself, or Donald Trump Jr. I mean, I would never have dreamed in a million years I'd be doing anything like that. Hanging out in lecture halls and libraries. However, my team and I we believe, upon reflection, we realize that we're being called to something even greater than what we're doing now. We're being called to something even greater. Now, don't worry. Don't worry. We're going to keep making videos each and every day. Nothing's changing there. Don't worry about that. Videos are coming. Don't worry. But our purpose and our direction are changing significantly so that we can better serve you, to better encourage you to go and encourage others. So this is why my team and I, for the past few months, have been planning and seeking out the advice of a number of fellow Patriot leaders. Again, I mean, if you think about it, we've got Biden and the Democrats on the ropes like literally never before. We're all in complete and total agreement, nevertheless, that this is not the time to get complacent. This is not the time to sit back and say, oh, we got this. November's a foregone conclusion. No way. If we think they were desperate in 2020, that was nothing compared to the current desperation. We cannot possibly be complacent. We need to take action, and decisive action at that. Every single one of us needs to take action right now to make sure we win in November and beyond, to make sure that November truly is too big to rig. And that's why we put together this very special event, a call to arms event for July 17th at 7 p.m. Eastern. Now, the RSVP link is right down below the video. Just click on that link, and we got some very, very special surprises for you. First and foremost, click on that link below, and when you register, you can see the video of when I met Roseanne Barr at Mar-a-Lago. I mean, it's wonderful. I've watched it over and over and over, and I never stop having a smile from ear to ear. It's wonderful. It's going to so encourage you. But most of all, we've got a special gift for the first 500 RSVPs. I'll tell you more about that gift in a minute. Now, remember, there is no charge for this event. This is completely free. This is you encouraging me, and now I'm encouraging you. It's just registering. That's all you need to do right now. Now, make no mistake, this call to arms event is crucial for your future, as we're going to be getting into practical action plans for what you can do right now to make sure we win in November. We got 4 months. We simply cannot even remotely be complacent. You know that. And so we need to have very clear actionable steps to make sure that this November is truly too big to rig. So let me give you some of the details about this event and why you will not want to miss this. First off, I am going to reveal something brand new here. I'm going to be unveiling my liberal indoctrination vaccination in order to help you think better so your children, your grandchildren, will no longer be manipulated by the woke media. I promise you, this alone would be worth it. This is going to help. It's going to help you convince others, your liberal friends or your friends on the fence, precisely why they need to get on the Trump train for November and beyond. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to exploit the shock everyone saw on Thursday night. We are going to exploit that. Everyone's in shock on Thursday night. They were not just in shock about Biden. They were in utter and complete shock that they've been lied to so blatantly 24/7 the last 3.5 years by the legacy media. They are in shock. Their worldview is in the balance. And we're in a position now, a unique position, to be able now to persuade them in a thoroughly MAGA direction for their own sake, for their own happiness, for their own enjoyment, for them to come to the realization of reality. That's what we're going to be doing. That's my liberal indoctrination vaccination. Secondly, we're going to have some very special guests. Now, I've got my good friend and fellow patriot, Joseph Aaron, who will be joining us. Now, Joe is amazing. He's a very dear friend. And he's an expert at helping courageous conservatives figure out, in effect, their calling, figure out what role they can play in the battle against the woke left to help us win in November. And what's so awesome about Joe is that he gets that, not everyone's called to run for office. Not everyone's called to get in front of a camera, be a YouTuber or social media influencer or anything like that. What Joe is amazing at is he can help you identify your unique talents and gifts and then design a plan that you can implement now to ensure that we win in November. This is our pivotal time, and you are a part of it. So Joe is going to help you identify precisely what you can do with your own unique gifts to make sure we win. It's going to be absolutely amazing. And then you're going to love this. This is what I have my friend Elizabeth joining us. Now, Elizabeth is an ordinary homeschooling mom who decided several years ago to take action by engaging in her local government. And what she's going to do is she's going to share how she led her children by example and engaged with local leaders and figured out how to impact local politics. Now, when she first started doing this, Elizabeth was literally shell-shocked. She was astonished by how few conservatives were actually engaged in local politics. And she's convinced, I think she's absolutely right here, she's convinced that we've lost ground largely due to the fact that our generation's not being educated in our civic rights and duties. And then that has created this vacuum, this power vacuum that's enabled insane woke tyrants to rise up and take over our local towns all over the country. But the really amazing thing here is that she has a plan on how you can get involved in your own specific, unique way, even if you don't want to run for office or get up and make speeches in front of school board meetings, whatever. Her discoveries will be so encouraging to you as she shows you how you can find out what your own unique role is in impacting and affecting local politics. It's going to be absolutely amazing. So that's just a little bit of a sample of what we're going to be covering in this wonderful Call to Arms event. So don't wait. Click on that link below. RSVP right now. And the key here, gang, again, it doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter how young you are. It doesn't matter how rich. It don't matter how poor. It doesn't matter how cynical or despairing or blackpilling you've been over the last few years. This event, this completely free event, is for you. It is my gift to you. Speaking of gift, ouch, I just smacked my face. Speaking of gift, I've got a gift for the first 500 RSVPs. So that's why you can't wait. Click on the link below right now. Secure your free gift as I murder myself here. The gift you're going to get is our Courageous Conservative Kit. That's what we're calling it, our Courageous Conservative Kit. There it is. Now, the Courageous Conservative Kit is designed to prepare you for this call to arms so you can take action and realize your own unique role in making sure we win bigly in November. It's awesome. The kit has two parts to it. The first is my blueprint that I put together and I've used for my own life, building my own parallel economy for my family and my local community. Again, this is all about taking action, what you can do yourself. So what I've done is I've summarized some key ways that I've done this in a guide. It's called Building Your Own Patriot Ecosystem. Okay, building your own Patriot Ecosystem. This is going to help give you, it's going to give you a sense of what to do in the weeks and months ahead. Again, leading up to November and beyond, right? November's just the beginning. So these are very, very practical action items you can take right now to help build a society of faith, family, and freedom. Now, in addition to that, secondly, you're going to get my fake news antidote. This is my personal list of websites and resources that I go to on a daily basis to do my own research and get real news as opposed to all the fake news out there. And the best part here is not only are you going to be able to access those same sites, but you can share those resources with friends, with family, so they can get weaned off of fake news resources themselves. So I promise you, you are going to love this Courageous Conservative Kit, as well as it prepare you for the Call to Arms event on July the 17th, and encourage you and give you clarity in the weeks and the months ahead. So don't wait. Click on that link below right now. RSVP for this very important event, and the first 500 of you will get your very own Courageous Conservative Kit. Again, gang, this is an absolute honor and a privilege for me. Just like you lifted me up when I needed it, I'm going to do the same for you on this special event on the 17th. If you're serious about winning in November, if you're serious about the future of your faith, of your family, of your freedom, this event is all about how you discover your role and your place in this battle against the woke, wicked, lunatic left who are doing absolutely everything they possibly can to attack your faith, your family, and your freedom. You owe it to your children. You owe it to your grandchildren to be fully engaged over the next 4 months and to make sure that we win in November and beyond. November is just the beginning. Think about the legacy you want to leave for your children, your grandchildren. Do you want them growing up in a world where these fundamental values are continuously and hopelessly dismissed, derided, and denigrated? Or even worse, a world where they can actually be indicted by liberal lunatics for the very values that we hold dear? This is why I have been chomping at the bit to make this huge announcement. I am launching this practical training for free that's designed for individuals like you who are passionate about restoring our core principles both in this pivotal 2024 election and beyond. This program will provide you with the effective strategies to counter radical narratives, engage in meaningful dialogue, and become a powerful advocate for the values that built our society. Join me, gang, in this mission to reclaim our voices and secure a brighter future for the next generations. This is our pivotal moment. This is our moment when we fight for and defend our freedom. A very happy, safe, and blessed Independence Day to you all. I love you. God bless, gang.
Today's insane imbalance complaint comes from one of the world's greatest, the current rank 2 Grandmaster on Korea, an ex-world champion, a player who has won more than $700,000 in StarCraft 2 prize money. Sadly, despite his great abilities as a player, he's incapable of reading or writing, and thus we have to do with this video submission.
Dear Harstem, today I played a very frustrating game of StarCraft 2. I feel like when the Terran maxes out and reaches the ultimate army, there's not much I can do to counter it, in straight up fights, at least. I feel like my grandma could take over this game that I sent you, and I would still not be able to get a decent fight. I was fangling the ghosts, blinding clouding the Thors, and my Broodlords were just not killing anything. Perhaps maybe I could have beaten a donkey using Terran. But I feel like when it comes to human beings, it doesn't matter your MMR. I would not be able to beat the army. Help me out here, Arstem. Is it Imba or do I suck?
And that brings us to the game here on Amphion, in which Raynor said that he perhaps could have beaten a donkey playing this Terran composition, but not this great opponent. We have a Terran barcode here, whom I have identified as Gumiho. So Gumiho versus Raynor on Amphion is going to be the map itself. I'm very excited for this. This is going to be different than most other Ioduses, where in most imbalances or do I sucks, we can find mistakes fairly easily on both sides the entire way through. I think this time that's going to be much harder for two reasons. One, this is probably the highest level of StarCraft 2 at the moment, and two, I am not a Zerg versus Terran expert necessarily, so I am going to fully trust that these two players know what they are doing in the early game. We're not going to be focusing as much here on build order.
The U.S. government is now.
But I watched CNN today, and they had the presidential debate, the U.S. president. 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 The U.S
Taibbi's Italian.
It's Italian by way of Lebanese. It's like Sicilian. It's Arabs in Sicily.
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm neither. My father's Filipino. My mother's Irish. He was adopted.
Oh, my dad was adopted too.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so here's my question. You're a reporter. You've been a reporter your entire life. Your dad was a reporter, well-known reporter. So you grew up in journalism. Journalism is now, justly, I would say, the most hated profession. The Sackler family is more popular than NBC News at this point.
Right.
And
Congress is more popular.
Congress is literally right.
Yeah.
People are like, maybe a child molester can be fixed. We don't need to execute them, but NBC News, okay. So that's bewildering, I'm sure, for you. But for those of us who are having trouble remembering what the media landscape looked like in like 1990 when you were finishing college, what were your assumptions about journalism? What did you think you were getting into when you started?
So I grew up around my dad's work.
Yeah.
He was a TV reporter in kind of the heyday of local affiliate news, like as portrayed in Anchorman.
Yeah.
The bad facial hair, all that stuff. So I used to hang around the newsroom all the time. And my father is sort of a reporter's reporter. He's very gifted at striking up conversations with people. He's really good at that aspect of the job, which is, I would say, probably the most important thing, which is being able to talk to people and get everybody's perspective.
Yes.
He would be able to go to, any scene of fire or murder or whatever, instantaneously get people talking to him and trusting him. And
where does that skill come from?
I think you just have to be born with it. He had a certain sort of gregariousness, right, that some people have.
He likes people.
Yeah, he likes people. He's able to, sort of strike up conversations quickly. And I was very shy growing up. So the first thing I concluded was I'm never going to be able to do that. Right. So this is like a superpower that he has that I don't. Yeah. And I thought I would have to go in a different direction. I also grew up wanting to be a fiction writer. Right. I was really obsessed with that growing up. And then when I got out of college, I realized that the only thing I really knew how to do was his job. Because I had watched it so much growing up. And so it was something that would keep me at least tangentially in the writing business. So I got into it, and only over time did I really appreciate the way they did reporting back then. It was a much different thing than what people do now.
Did you think it was honorable? Like when you were a kid,
did
you think like my dad does something embarrassing or my dad does something important and useful?
No, I thought what he did was important, useful, and honest. And, there was something very egalitarian about the way reporters carried themselves. Once upon a time, they, only now are journalists, universally culled from the Ivy Leagues and these upper class schools. In fact, I was part of that generation of sort of rich kids who went into journalism. When my father went into it, he started when he was 18. Journalism was more of a trade than a profession. It wasn't necessary to have a college education. And most of the people who went into it, they had kind of a natural antipathy for people in power.
Yes.
They overwhelmingly sided with the ordinary person, just reflexively. And they were, they told the news from that perspective very often, right? And it was the classic editorialist at the time was somebody like, Jimmy Breslin or Mike Royko, this sort of voice of the people kind of a thing. And so I grew up always imagining that the reporter was somebody who was on the side of ordinary people. And
because he was one.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And, my father carried it that way for sure. And so
Did your father never go to college?
No, he did. He went to Rutgers. He had me while he was at Rutgers. That's why he had to go into reporting. He worked at the Home News in New Brunswick, New Jersey, and then as soon as he graduated, he went into TV. But but no, I always had this vision of journalism as this thing that, you know, it wasn't for intellectuals. It wasn't for, you know, people who had graduate degrees. It was for people who hustled, who worked hard and had, you know, kind of a common touch, right? Like that's kind of the key to the job, is being willing to listen to people and all that. So I had a very specific idea of what journalism was when I went into it. I just thought I wasn't going to be particularly good at it because of that, you know, deficit, right? Like I didn't have that gift that he had. But I started overseas in Russia, and because I was able to, I spoke Russian already early, I had an advantage over other American reporters at the time.
What year did you go to Russia?
So I studied in 89 and 90 when it was still Soviet. You know, I took a year and a half abroad, and then went back as soon as I graduated. Actually, I went back before I graduated and started stringing and working for a bunch of different organizations there, and finally got a job at an expat paper.
So 91-ish?
Yeah, 91-ish, 92. Right after the revolution, basically. Yeah.
Which was
91. Yeah.
August.
Yeah.
Summer.
August 91.
Yeah.
So shortly after that.
What was it like?
It was amazing. It was the Wild West, you know. I mean, the funny thing for me is people ask me, why did I love Russia so much? I mean, the first reason is that all my favorite writers growing up were Russians, and my, you know, Nikolai Gogol was my hero. I wanted to be a comic novelist, and the Russians have so many amazingly funny writers, as you know, right?
Yeah.
You know, from Bulgakov to, you know, to Dovlatov, all these people. I wanted to learn the language. Then when I got there, I had been a very depressed teenager, had, you know, struggled socially, behaviorally, all these other things. I got to late Soviet Russia and everybody's depressed. And, you know, nobody's happy. And I thought, this is amazing. I fit right in. And
you had a dark Slavic soul and you didn't even know it?
Yeah, exactly. And you know, in America, there's this incredible pressure on young people. You have to succeed right away, right?
Be cheerful.
Yeah, be cheerful, look good, be in shape, like all these other things. Russians, no way. There was none of that attitude. Nobody was going anywhere. And when I got there, that was just incredibly attractive to me. And so, you know.
Well, I've never heard that take before. That is awesome.
No, it was really funny. And because of that, I got along with Russians in a way probably that other Americans didn't. You know, I think there was a connection there that was very natural, and I really took to the place early on.
How did you speak the language?
Well, I mean, it's like anybody who you come to the United States. If you have no choice and you have to speak English, you learn it pretty quickly. So I studied in St. Petersburg, but then I briefly went to Uzbekistan because I had this idea that there weren't that many stringers in Uzbekistan, so I would get more work. And
for those who don't notice, I don't know that there are stringers anymore. What's a stringer?
So a stringer is like a person who is not on staff for a newspaper, but just sort of sits in a place and waits for something to happen. And then, you know, like the New York Times or the AP will call them and say, hey, can you chase down that, you know, thing that happened? In my case, an earthquake that happened in Kyrgyzstan gave me an early chance to write a couple of stories, right? And
who'd you write them for?
I think I wrote one for AP in 1991. I ended up getting thrown out of Uzbekistan because I had a bad visa. But while I was there, I really learned Russian because nobody there spoke English. And I also was on the Uzbek national baseball team, which was hilarious.
How?
So one day I was walking past one of the colleges and I saw people playing baseball. And I was going to keep walking. And then I thought, I'm in Uzbekistan. What is that? It turned out that there was, I think it was like a refrigeration school. And there were a whole bunch of students from Cuba. And, you know, those guys could really play, right? So I just went and asked, you guys mind if I play with you? And so I ended up being a catcher on a team full of Cubans with a Russian coach, and we played other Central Asian countries, and it was hilarious. Yeah, we had ground rules. This is going to sound like a fake story, but it's true. We had ground rules when we played in a pasture. If you hit a sheep, it was a double. Sorry, if you hit a cow, it was a double. If you hit a sheep, it was a triple. That is a true story. That actually
Did anyone
happened.
ever hit a cow or sheep?
No. Not. We only played like 2 games in that place. So, but that actually happened. I was actually playing baseball when I got thrown out of the country.
So Uzbekistan in 1991 was not a first world place.
No, Uzbekistan was, it's kind of a typical Soviet satellite country. It was really struggling economically. It had all kinds of problems, environmentally. It used to be the big cotton producer for the Soviet Union, and then that sort of dried up for a variety of reasons. The Sea of Azov is now gone, right? So it was a troubled place. There was a war going on in Tajikistan right next to us, and so it was an interesting place to be. But it was sort of my first experience.
What did your parents think?
My mother was terrified. When I got thrown out of the country, I got a visit by these people who were, I guess their word for it was the SNB, the Služba Nacionalna Bezopasnosti, which is just their version of the KGB. And they asked me for my papers. I had the wrong papers. I was there on a student visa that I'd kind of, was kind of phony. And but I had to send a telegram telling my parents that I'd been kicked out of the country. So I wrote KGB kicking me out, will call from Moscow, but she got KGB kicking me gut, will call when I get to Moscow.
I'm being beaten to death by the KGB.
Yeah, so she was worried, but no, it was fine.
But your dad was for it?
Yeah, I think he thought the whole, adventure thing was interesting. And then when he finally visited Russia in the mid-90s, and saw what the place was like at the time, he thought it was, a paradise for journalists, which it was, because there was so much crazy stuff going on. It was a great place to learn the profession, really. Yeah.
What was press freedom like then?
It was really interesting. There was a very vibrant community of really hardcore, great investigative reporters who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Because remember, the press had been suppressed almost completely for 80 years, right? And as soon as there was a little bit of an opening to do real reporting, there were suddenly these very brave reporters who showed up, and they were risking their lives every time they wrote, because the way the system was set up was that every newspaper was basically owned by a different gangster. And you would get material. They called it selling jeans over there, right? So somebody would give you a packet of information. You would write it up about the rival gangland figure or politician, but if they wanted you to pay the price, you might get shot in a doorway or something like that. So there were people who got killed by exploding briefcases. For instance, there was a guy named Dima Holodov who worked for Moskovsky Komsomolets when I was there, who had written about Yeltsin's defense minister. He got blown up in a train station. But the Russians, those guys were my heroes. I tagged on to a bunch of those people really early. And that's where I kind of really learned the whole investigative journalism thing, was from those people. Not all of whom stayed in the business for very long, sometimes not voluntarily.
But you stayed 10 years.
Yes. Yeah.
How come?
I mean, I love the place. I was planning on staying forever, really. Then things definitely turned weird when the transformation from Yeltsin to Putin happened.
Yes.
None of us had any illusions about who Putin was. Putin was a known quantity. He was the deputy mayor of St. Petersburg when I was a student in St. Petersburg. He was kind of known as, there were all sorts of stories that were told about him back then. And when he first came to power in Moscow, it was sort of widely understood that he was doing it. And Yeltsin even writes about this in his biography, because Yeltsin needed help getting out of the country and escaping prosecution. And there had been some indication that Putin had done that for his previous boss, the mayor of St. Petersburg, Anatoly Sobchak. So, the sort of investigative journalism community was very suspicious of Putin when he first arrived. But the Western journalism community loved him. And this was
Putin.
Yeah. And this was, I had already become disillusioned with American journalism before that because they had misreported a lot of things about post-communist Russia. But that was kind of the last straw for me, I think.
Traditionally, think tanks do a lot of thinking, and the Heritage Foundation still does that, but it also, thankfully, has begun doing. Heritage has built a massive investigative and litigation operation out of its headquarters to save this country from the corruption that is taking it over, both actual, literal corruption, financial corruption, there's a lot of that, but also ideological and moral corruption. And to fight back, Heritage is engaging in almost 50 separate lawsuits against various government entities to try and pry out information to bring a little sunlight to the process that even Congress can't get. And it's been working. They produce documents exposing the Biden crime family to the rest of the world. You've read those stories. And help kill the sweetheart deal that Biden's DOJ tried to make with his son, Hunter Biden. Heritage has also developed a comprehensive plan to dismantle the deep state, the swamp, by staffing the next administration with people who know what they're doing. Thousands of Americans who on day one can start to make this country better. So it's important work. Again, it's not just thinking, it's doing. And if you want to support it, go to heritage.org/Tucker. Can you just back up one click? What did they misreport?
So they would send somebody out to some provincial town like Samara with an assignment. Find the thriving, emerging middle class, right? And so you'd go out to a place where there's like a barter economy, right? And people are doing subsistence farming, and they would ask around until they found somebody who had, a VCR or who had been on a vacation to Ibiza once or something like that. And then they would do a whole story like, transition to capitalism, flourishing, the emerging middle class is, everything's happening right on schedule. And meanwhile, the country was really, in the Yeltsin years, was really doing very badly, right? It's in contrast to now, Russia was experiencing sort of record levels of early deaths. And, all kinds of horrific things that they weren't telling people back home. And so,
why?
Because the expat community, and I don't really know exactly how this works, but there was a monoculture about the reporting there that is very similar to what it's like now in America. But there, it was sort of cartoonized. It's a very small community. Everybody knew everybody else. And, whatever the Washington Post and the New York Times wrote about, pretty much everybody else followed their lead. There was almost nobody among the reporters who even spoke Russian, right? That was totally discouraged.
How can you cover a country if you don't speak the language?
Because that was the tradition. I mean, people would come in, they would cycle in there for a few years. They would work with translators. They stayed in a little compound on Kutuzovsky Prospect, which is, right near the center of the city. In the Soviet days, it was sort of walled off by design, but they continued living there for some reason that I didn't really understand. And with a couple of exceptions, I can think there was a Boston Globe reporter who was fantastic, right, while I was there. But for the most part, people came in and they just treated it as a third world backwater. It's like, if you read The Quiet American, right?
Yes,
it was that attitude toward.
But I don't understand. So if you don't speak a language, I mean, I've lived here for 55 years. I speak English as a native speaker, barely understand the country. It's just too complicated.
Right.
But if you can't speak the language, you just don't understand it at all. You have no hope of understanding it, do you?
That's what I thought, right? And this was not just the journalists, but also the diplomats there. But
Diplomats didn't speak Russian.
Diplomats didn't speak Russian. We have the ambassador to Russia, Michael McFaul. He could barely put a sentence together in Russian. So it was.
What is that? That just seems like a baseline requirement.
So the way it was explained to us was that this was something that was a hangover from the American diplomatic experience in China before the Maoist revolution, where the diplomats were deemed to have been too close to the local population, didn't warn the people back home what was happening. So they made a habit out of cycling people from spot to spot so that they wouldn't become too accustomed to the culture or too acculturated, right? Which I can maybe see the rationale for a diplomat, maybe, but for a journalist, it makes no sense at all, right? So to not understand the place that you're reporting on. So by then,
it doesn't make sense to not understand the place you're reporting on. That I think we can agree on that,
right? Yeah, but so it was a strange activity that a lot of them were involved in, where they mostly interviewed the English-speaking officials in the Yeltsin government, right? A lot of them had gone to Harvard, and they were getting one very specific version of what Russia was going through, what its challenges were. And at the time, by then, I had already branched off. I had left the expat paper, the Moscow Times. I started up my own newspaper, which was like a nightlife guide. And I started doing this thing in opposition to that, which was I would go around the country getting jobs in weird places. Like I worked as a bricklayer in Siberia.
Really?
Yeah. I did. I worked at a monastery in Mordovia.
What did you do in the monastery?
At construction, So we just tour the country and kind of find out exactly how people were doing, what the situation was like. And it was an amazing discovery, because every place I went, I learned about a new lie that was being told, to people back home. And it was deeply disillusioning for me. I mean, I know you've had experiences like this in journalism too, right? Where you find out that something you thought is totally wrong. And that was a real eye opener for me.
Like completely wrong.
Completely wrong. Yeah, exactly. And moreover, that was proven relatively quickly, right? There was a massive financial collapse in 98. And then Putin came in, and there was a huge popular repudiation of, so the American style version of managed democracy that existed under Yeltsin. And that was real. I mean, Putin, for all of his problems, and I was a real critic of Putin's when I was there, there was no question that he was much more popular than Yeltsin. The country was very embarrassed by Yeltsin because he was publicly drunk all the time. He was dysfunctional. I mean, I think we're living through some of those emotions now.
Yes, we are. That's right. It's shameful.
Yeah, and so they wanted to, their word was a silnaya ruka, right? They wanted a strong hand who would come in and kind of set things right and compete with the Americans. And they didn't like being thought of as a vassal state to the West. This is an ancient conflict for Russia and America. This goes back to the days of Peter the Great, the Slavophiles versus the Western, the pro-Western crew. And the pendulum swung the other way while I was there, and that was, fascinating to watch, but it had some pretty serious consequences too.
Well, yeah, that turned out to be right.
Yeah.
So, but as for journalism, like you began to become disillusioned with the American version in the 90s.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. While I was in Russia, I became disillusioned both with the format of it, the kind of neutral third person version of reporting where we pretend we're not having a point of view. I didn't like that. Like for instance, I would get sent out when I was at the Moscow Times, which was a paper I loved, but they would send me to all these events where funny things would happen. I would come back and write it up with humor, and they would tell me to take out the humor and write it in some other way that was like more serious. And I think that's a lie, right? Like if you go to a scene that's funny, like for instance, I had the cover of this ridiculous press conference where Prince Philip appeared for, I think, the World Wildlife Fund or something like that. And he's giving a speech to all these Russians about, you know, their backward attitudes about conservation and everything. And in the middle of his speech, the hotel brings the spread, which includes booze. And all the reporters get up and leave Prince Philip talking by himself while they just eat all the food and drink all the booze. And to me, that's the story.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. You know, so I went home and I wrote that up, and they kind of wanted me to do something else.
Like pretend it didn't happen.
Right. Exactly. And I thought, well, this isn't right. You know, I mean, I was just a kid. I didn't really know, but I thought there's something not quite right about this.
So to what extent, in retrospect, do you think that
Alright, let's kill some noobs for a second. Let's kill a few fucking noobs, man. Oh, I'll share it when we're pretty much done. Actually, you know what? I think that's an important chat GDP message at the very end. Alright, so let's go do this. What? Oh boy.
We require more minerals. Metamorphosis complete. Mutation complete.
Oh, that's a leak.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We metamorphosis complete. We require more minerals. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
God.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require. We. We require. We require. We require more minerals. We. We require more minerals. Mutation complete. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. 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 require more minerals. We 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 require more minerals.
Okay. What? What? Oh. Oh, what? What? Is this sorted by CVR? This can't be. There's no way they would be that fucking stupid, right? There's no way they're that fucking dumb, right? There has to be something wrong here. Yeah, this is... Okay, I was gonna say, Jesus Christ. If they did that, that would be fucking nuts. They can't be that fucking stupid. Whew. Like, you know, they can be dumb, but they can't be that fucking dumb.
Western news organizations were taking their cues from Western businesses or Western governments?
Oh, I mean, 90%, 95%.
Really?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if you go back and look at the coverage of, the New York Times, the Washington Post, some other organizations, the current Deputy Prime Minister of Canada, Chrystia Freeland, was sort of a colleague at the time. She was part of that whole crew of Western journalists there.
What was she like?
Well, they were all doing kind of the same thing. Like the basic line was that there was a new group of robber baron capitalists who had appeared. And yes, it was messy. It was a messy transition to capitalism was the word they used for it. Now, actually, it was just pure gangsterism. And most of the people who got rich did so through absolutely corrupt privatization schemes where, like, for instance, there was a thing called loans for shares, where the government was literally lending the money to cronies so that they could buy companies like Exxon for pennies on the dollar. I mean, like Yukos, for instance, was a gigantic oil company worth, as much as any Western oil company would be worth. They bought it for nothing, basically, for a pittance, because they were pals of the people in government. So they created an instant billionaire class, and that was completely passed over. Nobody reported on that. Then once these people had money, they were treated as sort of legitimate wealth creators and,
entrepreneurs.
Yeah, exactly. They weren't even with the robber barons who at least like built railroads.
Oh,
and stuff,
exactly.
right? Like these guys didn't do anything except steal. They were wealth extractors, and it was amazing watching the hype of these figures, the whitewashing of Yeltsin's complete misrule, his his brutalizing of domestic journalists, right? I mean, like there was a ton of that going on in the 90s, long before Putin came to office and became infamous from it. Yes, there were so many journalists who were killed before Putin came along.
Under Yeltsin?
Under Yeltsin, yeah, the guy I mentioned.
Only Putin kills journalists.
No,
That's what I
no.
heard.
This started from the very beginning. They were doing this. I mean, that guy I told you about with the exploding briefcase, that was 1994 when that happened. There were a lot. I had a friend, not exactly a friend, somebody I knew well, Alexander Hinstein, who also worked for a newspaper there. He got thrown in a mental institution in the Yeltsin years. There were all sorts of reporters shot. If you go in and shot, killed, beaten. I had another friend named Leonid Krutakov, who was not only fired every time he did an expose, but he would be attacked. He had somebody come through his window one night, if I remember correctly. So it was a dangerous profession before Putin came to office. Now, obviously, it went to a new level once he came in, and there were people I knew who died, right? In the years after he became president, but it wasn't an appreciably different vibe for journalists. The difference was that Putin concentrated government authority in a way that had not been done previously. Before, it was more of like a gangland free-for-all. Putin came in, he took over the last remaining independent television station, NTV. He had one of the oligarchs arrested, Vladimir Gusinsky, and the owner of Bank Menatep, Mikhail Khodorkovsky, famously put in jail. They were sponsors of media as well. So, but the only thing that was different is that the government was exerting sort of overt control over media, and they were stamping out the individual pockets of opposition. So during the Yeltsin years, it was very dangerous. You did still have some freedom to do really good work, and that's why those people were amazing. Like they were risking everything every time they did a story, and they were still doing it. They had such balls. It was incredible to watch.
It's just interesting.
And then the contrast, by the way, between that and the Americans, right, was just so striking for me.
But why would American journalists be providing cover for Yeltsin or ignoring the downside of Yeltsin?
So some of it was cultural, you know, you come in, you don't speak the language. It's a temporary assignment. You're hanging around with a bunch of other Westerners. And so you don't see, right? Like that was a very typical thing. The few reporters who, you know, spoke the language or, you know, married Russian women, right. Or were Russian men, they were better, right? Because they were at least in tune to what was going on in the country. But Moscow was still, and St. Petersburg were like a different country compared to what was going on in the rest of Russia. Yeah, you could be in Moscow and it would seem like a more or less functional place. You go 40 miles outside the city, and again, there's subsistence farming, you know, and or there's whole stretches where there's no government and people are just setting up toll roads. You know, they're putting on camo fatigues and creating their own toll booths.
So it's like Beirut.
Yeah, exactly. But if you didn't go out, you wouldn't see it, you know? So I think it was a problem of perception for a lot of these folks. And, but I thought it was inexcusable because, you know, as a reporter, your first job is to find out, you know, to check for yourself. And
how were you treated by government there?
So we had a unique position because we were publishing in Russia. So unlike all those other American reporters, I was technically a Russian news organization. We had a Russian newspaper, we had a Russian business, right? So even though we were in English, we were regulated by, you know, the Russian government. We got visited every now and then by the tax police asking for bribes, and then after I left, they eventually shut the paper down. But they, you know, they paid attention to us, but it wasn't the same as the way they paid attention to, you know, the New York Times and other reporters. I mean, there were people who were Paul Klebnikov. Remember that name?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he got shot, right? While he was there, and I don't know that it was a Russian government interest that did that, but they were paying attention to coverage that went out overseas. They didn't care so much about what I was doing, which was writing for people who were in Russia, and you know, and also we were writing in English, so that God knows how many Russian officials were even understanding what we were doing. So, yeah.
So how did, well, first of all, why'd you leave?
Well, it became harder and harder. The expat community shrank when Putin came to power, which killed our advertiser base. We had a humor newspaper that was sort of loosely based on like a cross between Spy Magazine and Screw, and I kind of thought that we had, you know, run the course creatively while I was there. And, you know, at some point I just wanted to come home, but also, you know, it had kind of turned nasty. You know, some of the people who I knew, I vaguely knew Anna Politkovskaya, for instance, who got killed while I was there. Yes. And there was another reporter who was sort of a mentor to me, this guy, Yuri Shekachikin, who became a Duma deputy. He died under mysterious circumstances. Some people said it was a poisoned telephone. I mean, who knows, right? But it got kind of unpleasant. And, you know, the community was just not as big as it had been in the 90s. I mean, Moscow in the late 90s was an incredible scene. It was like Chicago in the 30s. It's very difficult to describe what it was actually like. You know, gangsters everywhere, bodies, you know, all over the place, people being thrown out of windows. There were terrorist explosions happening all the time. It was a wild place to be. And, you know, that story kind of ran its course while I was there. And the city started to transform into what you saw when you went.
Yeah, the most functional city I've ever been in.
Yeah, which is it's so amazing for me to hear.
It was certainly shocking for me. So this winter, I'm standing in the kitchen with my dogs, and my wife comes in. She's just come back from a long walk, and she has this look on her face, this look of tranquility and joy and peace. And I said, what have you been doing? And she said, I was praying. And I said, where? She said, on my walk for an hour and a half. And it turns out she was listening to something I'd never heard of before, which is an app called Hallow. Hallow, H-A-L-L-O-W. Hallow, like hallowed. And a friend of hers gave it to her. And this set off a chain reaction in my family where pretty much everyone in my family started to listen to Hallow every day. It's a prayer app. And it's the best way, as you know, to find peace. And this makes it very easy to set aside the time to deeply pray every single day. And I was so impressed by Hallow that I tracked down the number of the CEO and I called him and I said, I want to advertise this on our podcast because it's something that I really believe in. And I think you do an amazing job. And it's basically non-denominational Christian. You don't have to be Catholic or Protestant. You can be any kind of Christian. But Hallow will help you focus your prayer in a way that'll be very obvious to your husband when you walk into the kitchen. I can promise you that. It's an amazing, amazing resource. They've got like 10,000 audio guided prayers, meditations, Bible studies. Famously, Mark Wahlberg leads one of them. It's just really, really good. You can download it for 3 months free at hallow.com/Tucker. And I strongly recommend that you do that.
Yeah.
So you missed, in the 10 years you were gone, the entire span of the Clinton years.
Yep.
And 9/11.
And
so I think it's fair to say it was a completely different country in 2002 from what it had been in 1992.
Mm-hmm.
What did you think when you got back?
Well, I mean, I was shocked when I got back, and I was thinking about this just the other day because, you know, I think a lot now about kind of America's slide toward autocracy, because I had this vision the whole time I was there. Watching the Russian government in action was like getting this incredible advanced education into autocratic methods and how things work, right? The jailing of political opponents, on trumped up charges or, blackmail, and how things are leaked by the intelligence services. Like that stuff just happens out in the open there, right? And I always had this image that, well, in America, that doesn't go on. And then I come home to post 9/11 America, and the whole vibe is, well, we have to start throwing all of our democratic guarantees overboard because, as Dick Cheney put it, we have to start exploring the dark side because the Bill of Rights is inadequate to keep us safe. We need to start doing all these things that I thought were crazy. The Patriot Act, the authorization to use military force, right? Like, so moving the authority to declare war out of Congress to basically to the White House, mass surveillance, Guantanamo Bay, all these things were really shocking to me. And it was kind of, I thought it was also ironic to come back from Russia to this developing situation. And
so what years did you get back?
2002.
So was it clear to you then where the trajectory was headed?
Well, I thought there would be, I was really naive in retrospect. I thought I took all of my sort of fellow political liberals seriously when they said they were, ardently opposed to this secretive revolution, right? And the spy state and drone warfare and all these other things. And when Barack Obama, the constitutional lawyer, came along, and there was this belief that he would usher in a transformative presidency that would undo, this Cheney vision, which scared me, which I thought was sort of going to undo this Schoolhouse Rock version of America that I grew up believing in. I believed it. I'm kind of embarrassed now. I actually thought that was going to happen, that when Barack Obama got elected, that all of that would turn back. But in hindsight, they never had any intention, it seems, that of changing anything. If you go back and look at the statements, they were saying things like, well, we might not change the status quo right away, right? And I had been very positive about Barack Obama. I covered him on the campaign trail because my job, by the way, when I came back, I lucked into getting the greatest job in journalism, which is covering campaigns for Rolling Stone, right? And And I was very impressed by Barack Obama. I thought he was incredible. But it was disillusioning to see what happened afterwards.
At what point did you realize he wasn't what you thought he was?
So right after he got elected, I got assigned to cover the causes of the financial crisis, and which was funny because I had no background in finance. I didn't have any clue what a mortgage-backed security was or how any of that works. But one of the first things that happened was that, I got calls from people in the Democratic Party who said, you should look at the president's relationship to Citigroup, and, how the Citigroup bailout happened. He put a Citigroup executive who had been a college buddy of his in charge of his economic transition, during which they gave a very, sweetheart bailout deal to Citigroup. And this was an early indication that, this president was maybe not exactly what I thought he was.
Not transformative in the way you imagined.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And even though Rolling Stone they were over the moon about Obama, right?
That was True Love. I remember that.
Right? Yeah.
That was almost erotic.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, everybody in liberal media loved Obama, but particularly at our magazine, where the people who owned it were just delirious about Obama. And so when I came to them and I said, look, I have to do this story about how this bailout situation is corrupt, they weren't pleased, but they ran. If you can go back and look, you'll see there's a story called Obama's Big Sellout. It was like a 9,000 word feature that they let me run. And so that was like a year after he got into office, but that was kind of the beginning of...
What did the piece say?
It basically said that the Obama had run as an economic populist, and had talked a lot about reforming certain things that had gone on Wall Street that had allowed, the excesses of the mortgage bubble to happen.
Yes.
And then as soon as he got elected, he brought in all these acolytes of Clinton's former Treasury Secretary Bob Rubin. So there were all these. Rubin was at Citigroup. Obama brought a whole bunch of people close to Bob Rubin into the government, and these were the same kind of people who had caused the crash.
Yes.
Right. So to me, I wrote it as kind of a bait and switch. He ran as somebody who was going to change the system. He brought in people who were the system, and in addition, there was this bailout deal with Citigroup in particular that was kind of malodorous, and there were people who ended up paying fines in that situation. But it was very critical of basically who Obama had brought in to run his economic policy. And the idea was he had run as one thing and he was really another thing. So that was one of the first stories of that type.
How did the Obama administration react to the piece?
They weren't happy. If you go back and look, there's an interview with Obama. They did an official Rolling Stone interview with him years later, where he sort of brought up the fact that even your magazine talked about how I didn't do enough. And this was like years after the fact. And by the way, I had been incredibly complimentary of him while he was running, right? So of all of the things that had been written about him, what he remembered was this one slight, which I thought was a very telling sign of his character, and but at the time I wasn't paying attention to the other things, like about the continued prosecution of the war on terror, the drone assassination thing, the kill list, Terror Tuesdays, all that stuff. I didn't really clue into that because
killing an American citizen with a drone.
Yeah, no, exactly. That whole thing was incredible. I did a story later about another American who sued the government because he thought he was on the kill list. And the government's response was, you're not entitled to find out whether you're on it or not.
You're on the kill list.
Yeah. And the whole idea that we even have something called like lethal action, that it might apply to an American citizen, that you can do that without due process. And you know, if you go back and look, they basically invented, I mean, I don't know how disillusioning this was for you, but they just made up on the fly legal justifications for what they were doing that weren't grounded in any law that was passed or any court case. They just sort of wrote themselves white papers giving themselves permission to do this stuff, which I think is crazy. To this day, I think it's crazy.
Well, I find it totally shocking, and I think I'm basically opposed to the death penalty anyway. But you know, I think reasonable people can support the death penalty.
Absolutely, if there's a trial.
Well, that's the point,
right?
But there's a trial, and the one thing you can never do is murder your own citizens, because you exist to help your citizens. That's the only reason we have the government,
right?
Why do we have government? As a collective action on everyone's behalf who's a citizen. So the idea that you could kill an American citizen, and the first time, I mean, I think we've actually killed quite a few American citizens. It turns out I didn't know that, but the first time I became aware of it, it was effectively a foreign national with a U.S. passport.
The Al-Awlaki case.
Al-Awlaki.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, so part of me was like, well, is he really an American? Well, yeah, actually, he's an American citizen.
Yeah.
Like, that's the whole point. You're either a citizen or not.
Right.
And I remember being really shocked by that.
Right, but it was glossed over in this weird way, right? People were like, yeah.
He's a terrorist.
Yeah, he's a terrorist, but...
Or terrorist adjacent.
Right.
Terroristy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could probably call him a terrorist, but they killed his 16-year-old son, too. So
how did Obama explain that?
So, I mean, I remember he gave a speech. I was looking at this just the other day where he talked about, among other things, they said that al-Awlaki had been tied to the Cole bombing. And I remember reading that and thinking, okay, well, he's saying that this is punishment for a crime. But there's no trial, right? We're pronouncing him guilty and just executing the guy for something that we say he did. That seemed crazy to me, you know?
Yes.
And I remember there was another white paper. I believe Leon Panetta was involved in it, where the concept was, yes, due process is required, but it doesn't have to involve the defendant, right? As long as there is a process, right? It can be unilaterally us just talking about it,
And it can be post-execution.
right? Exactly. Yeah. But that stuff's all madness, and I don't know. I mean, I'd be curious to hear what you think. I mean, I think when we did those things and didn't make a big stink about it, psychologically, we just crossed a line into something else, and I feel like there's no going back once.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Mutation complete. We minerals. We require more 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 minerals.
Well, so we were talking about this at dinner last night. I mean, obviously you're coming from different poles, I guess. You know,
Probably. Yeah.
Well, it turns out not. But
yeah,
in 1995, we would have been on exactly opposite sides. But I think we both, given our similar age, had the same sort of gut level belief, which is whatever the U.S. does abroad is in a completely different category from the way the government conducts itself domestically. In other words, you can't treat American citizens like you would, you know, the Houthis or something. Right. It's like there's one set of standards for the way we conduct our foreign policy with foreigners, and a completely different standard for the way the U.S. government treats its own citizens who own the government. It's their government, right?
Right,
and
exactly.
I guess what I didn't realize, because I was morally deficient and young and dumb, was that once you start doing really evil things abroad, you're going to do them at home, actually.
Absolutely.
And you can't defend democracy by subverting democracy.
No. And also you're basically denaturing the whole idea of democracy. You're diluting it once you start murdering people without due process. You know, it's not democracy anymore. I mean, they use that term in a very facile way now constantly. Oh, we have to protect democracy. Well, what do you mean by that? You're going to protect democracy by censoring, right? Like this is the whole thing that I've spent the last 2 years on. If that's what you mean, that's contradictory, right? And you know that thing.
Contradictory in what sense?
Well, the First Amendment says that we don't do that, right? Well, like you can't protect the Bill of Rights by violating it, you know? And you know, this whole switch, and I think like most Americans, I was like you. We all knew that the United States was whacking people all over the world, right? I mean, even though the church committee hearings came along and we basically said we weren't going to do that anymore, of course we were doing it, right?
Yes.
We were doing all kinds of horrible things. We were probably fixing elections, you know, in half the places on Earth, but not here, right? Like that was a bright line for Americans. Now, maybe that's chauvinistic to believe in that, but I was like you. I didn't think they would ever cross that line and come and bring these ideas home. But you know, this is what we're finding out now. I mean, this is the big theme of the Twitter files. Was, you know, when we tried to figure out where.
So what are the Twitter? Can you explain for people who didn't follow it at the time?
So in late 2022, after Elon Musk acquired Twitter, you know, there started to be rumors that he was going to open up the internal communications of old Twitter and sort of give them to the world, right? And it turned out to be true. I got a call one day, or I got a note sort of summoning me to San Francisco. And
from whom?
From somebody at Twitter, let's put it that way. And so I was the first person who was put on this project of rummaging through old Twitter's, you know, correspondence. And I think he said that Elon said that his idea was that he wanted to restore trust in the platform by telling people about the different kinds of censorship techniques that were going on. It's not clear exactly what he was up to, but you know, he seemed sincere at the time. He brought in me, he brought in Barry Weiss, Barry brought in a couple of other people like Michael Schellenberger, Li Fang ended up being involved, another reporter, really good young investigative reporter, maybe the last one, right?
Probably.
You know, he appeared, and so there was a group of us, and for about 3 months, we got to look through the internal correspondence of one of the world's biggest, you know, communications companies. And the big thing that we found was that there was this nexus of communication between government enforcement and intelligence agencies and the internet platforms. And they had a very sophisticated, organized bureaucracy that was involved with controlling content in a variety of different ways. And when we started to try to figure out, first of all, this was shocking to us. Seeing all these documents that said flagged by FBI, flagged by DHS.
Just because that's a crime. They're committing a crime by doing that. That's illegal.
Probably
the Bill of
right?
Rights. I mean, it's just really couldn't be clearer.
Yeah, you would think, right? You know, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but it looked bad to me, right? Certainly, it looked like a story.
Yeah,
no question, right? But we had to figure out, where did this come from? Like, how did this start? And when we started asking questions, you know, it turned out that a lot of the programs that were now targeting domestic speech began as overseas counterterrorism sort of messaging programs, right? So the State Department, for instance, has a thing called the Global Engagement Center, which is now very much interested in speech both abroad and at home. But they were once exclusively a sort of counter-ISIS platform. In fact, they had a different name back then. They were called the CSCC. But in 2016, Obama rechristened them the Global Engagement Center, and they started to look inward. And when I asked people who I managed to talk to a couple of sources who worked at that agency, one phrase really stuck out. It was CT to CP. So that's counterterrorism to counterpopulism. And the idea was the whole mission abroad of countering ISIS or Al-Qaeda, contracting wise, it was kind of drying up, right? Because those threats had been somewhat neutralized. But populism, you know, was now it was viewed as a very serious threat after Occupy Wall Street, the Tea Party, the Arab Spring was something that maybe they didn't see as a bad thing, but they certainly saw the transformative power of the internet platforms. I think that freaked them out.
And the virus is communicable.
Exactly. Then there was Brexit. Then I think Trump was the last stand for a lot of these folks. And that's when you started to see all these communications like, we need to get a more formalized, control over these platforms. And so, that's when the War on Terror mission turned inward, and I think that's a huge story, right?
It's the end of the country we grew up in,
right? Yeah, you would think, and that's, for me, it's been, and I think probably for you too, this new theme of this sudden explosion of illiberal tactics in politics, that even if they're directed at somebody that, liberals hate, like Donald Trump or Steve Bannon, how can you not be freaked out by stuff like that? We haven't used contempt of Congress to jail people since the Un-American Affairs Committee in 1947, right? This is like third world kind of stuff that we're seeing, accusing the front runner in a presidential campaign of 100 different felonies. Is that happening if he's not running for president? I mean, who can honestly say that, right? But you can't talk about it now. I mean, if you mention it, you're out of the club in mainstream press now, which is incredible to me.
You may have come to the obvious conclusion that the real debate is not between Republican and Democrat or socialist and capitalist, right, left. The real battle is between people who are lying on purpose and people who are trying to tell you the truth. It's between good and evil. It's between honesty and falsehood. And we hope we are on the former side. That's why we created this network, the Tucker Carlson Network. And we invite you to subscribe to it. Go to tuckercarlson.com/podcast. Our entire archive is there. A lot of behind the scenes footage of what actually happens in this barn when only an iPhone is running. tuckercarlson.com/podcast. You will not regret it. So, I mean, it raises so many questions, but most obviously then, if uncovering the abuse of power by the powerful, and particularly by government, isn't the point of journalism, it's clearly not the point of journalism anymore. What is the point?
Well, I mean, then you become courtiers, right? I mean, I think that's, again, what's ironic for me is that, this is, I saw this process happening full circle. When I first got to Russia, the first reporters I met had worked at places like Komsomolskaya Pravda in the 80s, right?
Yes.
Which were, at one time, it was the world's largest newspaper. It had a circulation of 21 million or something like that. And I worked in the old Pravda building when I was at the Moscow Times, and the people there, they would tell me stories about what their jobs were in the 80s, and there was like taking dictation. They were clerks, basically, right?
Yes.
They would get whatever the message of the day was, and they would do it, and then go home to their wives, and they would go fishing on the weekends, and there was no, intellectual anything involved with it. You couldn't take it in that direction. It would be hazardous to your health if you did. Well, that's what journalism is now in America. I mean, look what just happened with the Nord Stream thing. Just to take an example, right? Nord Stream happens, and there's no investigation whatsoever in any of the major newspapers. How can that happen? It's this major consequential thing that might have an impact on starting a war with a nuclear power.
Oh, and it just wrecked the economy of Western Europe.
And it's a major ecological disaster, which you claim to care about.
It's the largest man-made emission of CO2 in history. Right. So, and if you think CO2 is driving the greatest threat that we face, the existential threat of climate change, then you kind of want to know how that happened.
Right? Wouldn't you?
Right.
You would think,
So why wouldn't, I mean, I've spent a lot of time thinking about this because I was like the only person in mainstream news to point out that no, Russia did not blow up Nord Stream and was attacked for it. But I was wondering, if I'm at the New York Times, like a lot of people I know, why would I just try to report that story out? It's so interesting.
Right.
Why wouldn't they?
Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, obviously you're getting a signal from down on high that, that's not wanted. But it's different. Okay. So in the early 2000s, yes, there were high profile instances where people like Jesse Ventura were unhired from MSNBC because they mistakenly thought he was pro-war when they hired him.
Yes.
Right. Phil Donahue is getting good ratings, but he's bounced, right?
I was there for that. Yes.
Chris Hedges,
Yes, I know.
And Chris was sort of a classic example of a phenomenon that Noam Chomsky once wrote about in Manufacturing Consent, which is that they don't fire you necessarily, but you just don't get promoted if you're considered the wrong kind of personality, which is weird because good investigative reporters should be difficult personalities, right?
Yes.
If they're not, they're probably not good reporters.
Yes.
I mean, just look at who our great reporters are.
They're independent-minded people.
Independent-minded people, and you want to experience them in little bursts.
Yeah, I
for
agree.
the most part.
I agree with that.
Yeah. But
they're all kind of crazy, to be honest. Yeah.
But that's okay.
It's part of the job.
Right. But this is different. There were a few instances like that back then of people who are critics of the war, whatever. Now it's just this blanket. If you step out of line on any one of 24 different topics, you're out, and I think everybody's gotten that message. And that's the only thing that makes sense to me is what?
But so there are no brave people in all of journalism? There are no honest men left?
Well, how can that, I mean, that it can't be possible, but it kind of is, right? I mean, there are a few people who I think tried to do a few things, but just to take look at the Russiagate story, they made so many mistakes on that. Jeff Girth.
Okay, wait, so before let's put you at the center of this, because you were one of the reasons we're having this conversation is you were one of the only liberals in all media who said, and you speak Russian, you live there for 10 years, you have credibility on this question, I would say. And you were the only ones who said, I don't like Trump. I didn't vote for Trump, but I don't think this is real.
I had a book out at the time called Insane Clown President about Donald Trump. Right? So I mean, I'm not a fan of the guy, right? But they came to me.
So where were you when the Russiagate thing started?
I was at Rolling Stone. And
what did you think when you first heard that he was a Russian agent?
So it was in late 2016. It was right after he had gotten elected. You remember that list that came out, Proper Not? Well, the Washington Post did this story about this weird blacklist that they had discovered of people who the Russians were supposedly in league with. And it was this shadowy organization called Proper Not. And they linked to this list of sites. And without any evidence at all, they were linking all kinds of independent journalists to Russia, and I thought, well, that's crazy. And then there was this whole thing about I actually had to do a segment on MSNBC with Chris Hayes. The other guest was Malcolm Nance, of all people, and it was all about, is Trump in league before he got inaugurated? Is Trump, in league with the Russians? There had just been a big leak about that. And I thought, well, there's no evidence for this, right? Like we just had a catastrophic episode in journalism with the WMD thing where anonymous sources get us in a lot of trouble. If you can't recreate the experiment in the lab, you got to be careful of that story, right? And that's all I said. I wasn't like, he's innocent, like I just thought, this is a dangerous story. Let's all be careful with this. And immediately there was this reaction that was just shocking to me. It was like this shunning thing. It happened to me. It happened to, Greenwald, obviously, Aaron Mate at The Nation. There was like a group letter that was written by the rest of the staff, denouncing him, the husband of the editor of the Nation, also the Stephen Cohen. They didn't want him around.
Wonderful man.
He was, yeah, absolutely. He was a good friend of mine. But it was crazy because this was so early in the process, and everybody had already predetermined that this thing was true. This extraordinary, complicated thesis. They had somehow already arrived at the conclusion that it was proven. And
so at this point, you didn't know either way?
I didn't really know either way, but I had a strong suspicion that it was wrong, right? Like this, journalists have a sense, or the sixth sense. It doesn't smell right, right? Like it's kind of like the French Connection where Gene Hackman looks over and he says, that's a wrong table, right?
Yeah.
Like this was a wrong table. It didn't look right. And
I felt the same way.
Yeah. And it was too complicated for me to see. I wish I had known at the time.
Even in right-wing world where I then worked and lived, I felt like everyone believed it.
Yeah. But how is that possible?
Well, I remember saying to somebody, I think this could be like complete bullshit, like actual bullshit. And my friend goes, be careful. I think there's something there. And I was like, okay. By the way, I try to be very open-minded. Like, I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe you're actually a space alien. I don't know. Prove it to me.
Right.
I really try to keep every possibility open. But I kept asking people like, what? Okay. How do we know this?
Right.
Well, everybody believed it.
Yeah.
Why?
They hated Trump. That was obvious, but that wasn't enough for me, right? Like just on a superficial level, it didn't fit. Donald Trump, you want to tell me he's involved in some mob deal to build a casino in Atlantic City or something like that,
yeah,
right? I'd believe that. Donald Trump being James Bond and involved in a 5-year conspiracy with the Russian government, what did Steele call it? A well-developed conspiracy of 5 years. That's ridiculous. This is a guy who if you've been to any of his campaign speeches, he can't get through the first sentence of one of his scripts. Like his brain is already off in another direction. How is that guy going to keep a secret? It didn't make any sense. And nobody had any evidence. And then even when things came out that should have been fatal to the story, like when it finally came out in October of 2017 that the Clinton campaign had funded the Steele dossier, I thought, well, it's over now, right?
With the Republican donor too.
Well, yes, yeah, sort of previously, right? Steele didn't come on until later, but still, once that came out, and you knew that campaign research had ended up in an intelligence assessment, that should have been it, I thought. And everybody just plowed ahead like it was still a thing. And
so what happened to you in the middle of all? So you're at Rolling Stone, you're this famous liberal reporter, one of the most famous liberal reporters, actually. And you make the mistake of saying, well, we don't know for a fact this is true. People start shunning you. Where does it go from there?
So then I started to get angry about it. And at one point I went,
why?
Oh, because you know, I don't like to be told what to do. I don't like to be told that I got to ignore something, right? You know, like I'm one of those difficult personalities in journalism, right? Like, you know, it just happens that way. But I went to Rolling Stone at one point. I had really good editors there for the most part, but I went to them and I said, look, this story's wrong, right? And it's going to come out that it's wrong. Give me 8 weeks to chase this down, and let's be the first mainstream organization to get it right and put it to bed, and it'll be a coup for us, right? You know, let me do my thing on this. And they said no. The first time they ever said no to me on, you know, like an investigative project.
And just to restate, you speak Russian. You can read Russian. So there's like probably no one better to do the story.
Yeah, I would think, right? You know, I even had some sources over there, right, who could have chased it down, you know, certain aspects of it down, like, you know, the Trump Tower deal and all that stuff. Like that would have been relatively easy to go through. And I had covered Congress, so the people who were investigating this, like I knew some of those folks too. And it's a great story. I mean, when it first came out, it was obvious this is either the biggest intelligence coup in history, right? The Russians getting a Manchurian candidate in the White House, or it's the biggest fake in history, right? The biggest setup in history. Somebody's either telling the biggest whopper ever, or the Russians have just pulled off the most amazing thing. It can't. There's no other option.
Yes.
There, right. So if it's not this, it's that, and we might as well be the first to report that, right?
Yes.
And
so what did they say when you make?
They said no.
On what grounds?
I don't even remember what the excuse was. They just weren't enthused about the idea, you know, and I understood that, you know, like they're a Rolling Stone. They have an audience that has certain expectations, but that was a big moment for me, you know. I mean, I was naive. I actually thought they, you know, that the magazine would be interested in going there, because they had let me, you know, go against Obama before. They let me do other things, but not on this. So,
what did your colleagues say to you? Because by this point, I think it was becoming public to anyone who was watching, like me, that you were dissenting from the line on this question.
Yeah. So I would say Glenn Greenwald took the brunt of it. You know, there were stories in the New Yorker profiles, you know, the bane of their resistance, right? Like, why is Glenn Greenwald being a stick in the mud about this Russia thing? That was like a feature topic in magazines, like a bunch of them. And, you know, and they concluded, by the way, that he was motivated by his impatience with the rise of women and minorities in the Democratic Party. It was unbelievable.
He was a racist.
Right.
Glenn's a racist.
I actually had the physical copy of the New Yorker when that came out.
Did they really say that?
They did, yeah. And it was an on the record quote by one of his former editors, of all things.
The Glenn's a racist.
Yeah. Well, they didn't.
Right. Well, he's impatient with the rise of women and minorities.
So when I saw that, I'm like, wow, this is like, what is going on with this, right? And meanwhile, you know, I was getting it from all angles. There were former American diplomats who were going after me online, saying I was in league with Putin, and, you know,
seriously,
yeah.
It's kind of a heavy charge.
Yeah, you would think, you know, and that was becoming increasingly common. It was an implication of a lot of the back and forth on social media. You know, that this person is too close to Russia, or, you know, he loves Putin, right? Like that kind of a thing.
Had you ever worked as a secret agent for Putin?
Of course not. No. Are you kidding?
I am kidding, actually. It's so nuts. You just said you left Russia because you didn't like the vibe under Putin.
I mean, we put Putin in the cover of our newspaper, like in drag, carrying a dominatrix whip, you know, like, yeah. We lampooned him constantly. And I actually did some journalism in Russian for another paper that was very critical of him and talked about the apartment bombings and some other stuff. And so I was no friend of Vladimir Putin's, but that became a common thing in journalism, and it was just so shocking. And I knew at that point that my time was limited at Rolling Stone, which I loved. The place, I really loved that place. And it's a great gig too. But there was no way I was going to be able to stay under those circumstances.
How long did you last?
Until 2020, I guess. So 15 years roughly. Maybe 16, I guess. So it was a great time.
So when it became clear that, the claim that Putin had installed Trump as the American president, when it became clear that was like malicious fantasy, it was a total lie. Did any of the people who attacked you and called you a Russian agent apologize or change their mind?
Of course not. Did any of them apologize to you?
No, but it's a little different because by that point I was like such an outlaw that like I had no expectation of being treated fairly by anyone ever other than my wife. So I was just, no, I'm serious. By that, I was just like, your head changes. But you were very much like everyone liked you. And I mean, you were not an outlaw.
Right.
And then, but you became an outlaw kind of overnight.
Right. Yes. Now my name is sort of, synonymous with, reactionary troll, that kind of thing. And that happened basically overnight. It was a little tough to take for a few years there, but I got over it relatively quickly. I moved to Substack, which was, it turned out to be a great thing, and which is an independent platform. And, I was one of the first people who kind of left big mainstream media to do the self-publishing thing and discovered that there was actually, a functioning business model there. I mean, I had been in journalism for 30 years and had never seen it as anything but a dying business, right? There was never any money that you were actually going to make, right?
If you're making $100,000, you're like psyched.
Yeah, exactly. And then all of a sudden it turns out that there's actually this huge market out there because people hate journalism, right? Like that's the problem. When you're in mainstream media, you don't see that there's actually this screaming need for something else that people aren't getting because they don't trust regular media. So I was an early beneficiary of that whole thing.
But it was a default, though. I mean, you probably would have stayed at,
of course,
the New Yorker or Rolling Stone, or where you were, Rolling Stone, forever, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Had this not happened, I would have been there. I was very loyal to the magazine. I stuck up for them always, even when they were wrong. Even during the UVA thing, I said, look, they made a mistake, but we're doing the right thing. We're self-auditing. Like, this is a great magazine. We have a great tradition, et cetera, et cetera. I was kind of a company man in an embarrassing kind of way. But when the Russia thing happened, all bets were off, and I wasn't the only one. There were other people in the business this also happened to. So,
but none of them came back the way that you did.
Oh, Glenn did.
Well, Glenn,
yeah,
for sure.
Yeah,
well, very few.
Yeah, a few.
Did you think about just hanging it up and becoming a translator or doing something else?
No, I mean, I love this job. I after initially not really loving journalism, I learned to really love it while I was at Rolling Stone. And then. Now, additionally, I think the country needs journalists. They need, and they're the thing that you need most of all in journalism to be good at it is you need to have some bravery. Yes. Now, that wasn't true in American journalism for a long time. Probably, not since the Vietnam days or the Red Scare. Was there a situation where there was a real social price to pay for taking a certain stance on things? Now there is, right? And if you're going to do certain kinds of reporting, you're going to lose all your friends, but that's the job, and not many people are willing to do that. And I am willing to do that because I never expected to keep friends in this business. So I think it's unfortunately an exciting time to be a journalist, but I would feel wrong to quit now. I'm sure you probably feel the same way.
I do feel the same way. It's exactly how I feel, actually.
Right?
Nicely put.
Yeah.
You don't. Yeah, that's right. If you're in it to make friends, you're probably in the wrong business. Go to church.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
But
Exactly.
tell us about like having been in institutional journalism, at the top of it, really, and then finding yourself like having to work for yourself. Like, what are the advantages and disadvantages?
Well, first of all, being in institutional journalism is a little bit overrated, right? Like, I think because I came from alternative journalism.
Yes.
I had financed my own newspaper in Moscow, and I did everything from printing to running the plates to the printing press and selling ads, everything. So the business is something that I've always been familiar with, and suddenly being involved with a big organization, it's nice, but I don't see it as a prerequisite. I thought it was really funny at the beginning of Trump's reign when a couple of the reporters were complaining about losing their White House press credentials. It's like, who cares, right? You're supposed to be on the outside.
Exactly.
Right? Like, what are you whining about? Do the job.
You've been to a White House briefing?
I have, yes.
Then you know how soul killing it is. Like,
Yeah.
You learn nothing. You're captive. You eat lunch out of a vending machine. Everybody has got like the most distorted value system. Like, they're so impressed by their hard passes, and they're all such losers. Like, if you would quit the business, right? If you had to do that.
Absolutely. In fact, one of the first things that I was assigned to do when I went to Rolling Stone, they sent me on a campaign junket with John Kerry. So I was on the plane with Kerry during that campaign for like a month or something like that. And, it's a similar dynamic to the White House press corps. It's the same people every single day. It's very clubby. They have
extremely.
Right. So there's even seating arrangements, right?
Well,
so
of course.
the New York Times gets to sit in the front, and then they kind of, it's like Heathers or Mean Girls. They according to how well known you are in the business, you have to sit further and further back in the plane, right? Or farther back in the plane.
And at the very back are the cameramen.
Yeah, exactly. And they, at the time, they were angry at Alexandra Pelosi because she had filmed some of them. So she was in the back with a bunch of piles of equipment. But but I got frustrated very quickly by the fact that all they were doing all day long was just taking press releases from Flax, and then they would eat. They would be given these
macaroni and cheese, Butterfingers, beer.
So I went on a hunger strike. In my first trip, I had this like epiphany that they're just giving me too much stuff. I'm just not going to take anything from any of these people. And I stopped eating. I stopped taking the press releases.
So you're the only one who didn't get fat on a campaign?
Yeah, exactly. Right. And when we got to the events, I would not go to the events. I would run a mile in any direction and just talk to anybody about anything but the campaign. Because like, this isn't journalism. You're sitting there just taking something and then converting it into a press release. Like, what is that? But the White House is even worse because they have airs about it,
right?
And even though I haven't done that beat, I think it's an important beat. Like, somebody has to ask the president questions, but they don't for the most part,
right? I know.
Do they?
I've never seen it.
Right. So, I don't know.
At best, you get some reporter whose goal is not to elicit information, but just to prove that he's like a antagonist of the president. Okay.
Right. Exactly.
I'm thanks, Dan Rather. But it doesn't advance the story in any meaningful way.
Right. Right. Exactly. What they want is, and that's what they were upset about, the Jim Acostas of the world. They were upset that they were being denied this saleable piece of video where they could stand up and do this, and gesticulate. And
I always wonder with Jim Acosta, who I don't know, but I always wondered, Jim Acosta was always telling me what a journalist he was. And a lot of guys were like this, including some I've worked with, but I'm a journalist. Okay. Tornado comes to a trailer park. Give me 750 words on that. Like, I don't think they're capable of writing a story. Do you ever think that? Like, could Jim Acosta actually just write like a news story or even an expository essay?
Well, I wonder about
Maybe.
that, because are they even, once, not that long, and not to be all back in the day about it, but you wouldn't have gotten a job in the White House press
course
corps
not.
if you hadn't come through, covering town meetings
Right.
and all that stuff. I mean, I did that. I covered aldermen. I covered, the police beat, fires, stuff like that. You have to be able to do that stuff. And that's the basics of the job is, showing up, talking to people on the street, talking to this person, that person. You have to be able to do crime reporting,
Done it.
and you got to talk to people who are on the other side of the law, all that stuff. I don't think they can do that. I mean, I remember seeing somebody, I forget what organization it was, but one of the kind of mainstream sort of web only sites, one of their columnists was talking about how much he hated the telephone. And I thought, what journalist hates the telephone? How can you do this job if you hate the telephone, right? And it's because the new thing is they decide what they think, they find links that support their ideas, and then they just type the thing. Whereas, what you're supposed to do is talk to everybody, then figure out what the story
Is to add information to the story.
Right.
Right. Not just, the snake eating its tail. It's just all self-reference, actually.
Right. Exactly.
Wow. So you get out of that. So the business model works in independent media.
Well, kinda, right? So it works if you're cranking out content. What I don't think they figured out how to do is how to monetize like investigative journalism,
right?
Which takes a long time.
It's expensive,
and you're not producing stuff that's every couple of days, and even when you do, it's not always the stuff that people like. People like reading, op-eds with strong takes. That you can make money doing that, right?
Well, also you whiff sometimes. I mean, a lot of stories don't. It happens to me even now a lot. You waste a lot of time on stuff that's not real or not provable.
Right. Or you think that people are going to go bananas over something and they don't.
Oh, there's that.
Right. Yeah.
What stories have you had that you thought would make a splash, have an effect, but that were sort of instantly forgotten?
Well, I don't know about forgotten, but I would say that a lot of the Twitter file stuff, I expected that to be, I naively expected a lot of that stuff to be picked up.
Give us an example of what shocked you that you discovered during that reporting.
So one of the things was that Twitter, heading into the 2020 election, had worked out a system with the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, whereby they had what they called an industry meeting, where it started off once a month, then it was once a week, where these intelligence officials were meeting with Twitter and about 24 other internet platforms and briefing them on things that they might expect in the information landscape. And then there was a system by which basically Twitter was receiving recommendations about content from the federal government through the FBI, and then from the states through the Department of Homeland Security. It was that organized. They had worked it out that like if it comes from a local police department, it's going to come from the DHS. If it comes from the HHS, it's going to come through the FBI, right? So they had a very organized system of flags that where you would see the FBI say, for your consideration, here are some accounts that may violate your terms of service, and there'd be an attached spreadsheet with 400 account names on it, and that was just happening constantly. It was an industrial process that they had worked out. I thought that's a huge story, right? Here's the FBI that's devoting resources to looking at social media accounts of ordinary people and worrying about terms of service violations. What is that? Why are they not looking for child predators and stuff like that? Right.
And so what was that?
Well, it's part of this sort of spiraling, sprawling thing where a whole series of government agencies are very intensely interested in what's online and who's reading what, and in developing new ways of, suppressing content, de-amplifying other things. And with COVID, there was a really, really intense effort to create rules about what could and could not be seen, they would decide that things were, one of the key concepts that I thought was really, really disturbing was this whole idea that anything that promotes vaccine hesitancy is a kind of disinformation, even if it's not factually incorrect. So if somebody dies after they get the shot, right, that may be true, but internally at the company,
but knowing that might convince other people not to take the shot.
Exactly. And so they looked at that as a kind of disinformation, even though it's true.
Disinformation doesn't mean untrue, correct?
Exactly. It carries the connotation, like the definition involves falsity, right? Or misinformation even, right? So disinformation is like the intentional spreading of lies, right? But even misinformation, the Homeland Security has something they called the MDM, or they had it, the MDM committee, which is Misinformation, Disinformation, and Malinformation Committee. And malinformation is, it's just material, it's true, but kind of politically wrong, right? Or inconvenient. And that could be something that, promotes vaccine hesitancy, or, we have the Supreme Court case now, Murphy v. Missouri, that's partly related to the Twitter files. And the plaintiffs, and three of the plaintiffs in that case are doctors who had published true research about COVID, but were suppressed, were de-amplified. They were put on, in Twitter, they were put on trends blacklists because, their research tended to go against federal policies about lockdowns and vaccination and all kinds of things. So to me, that's what the First Amendment is there for, right? Like, we do not want the government in a role of deciding what's true and untrue, because once you do that, the government has a monopoly on misinformation.
Right.
The only protection against that happening is absolutely unfettered free speech. And they're messing with that, because I think there's just this gradual moving away from belief that all the concepts in the Bill of Rights work. And so what we looked at in terms of the censorship, it's very much in evidence there, where they just don't believe that the First Amendment works, I don't think.
But they're the government. They exist to protect the First Amendment. That's the whole point of having a government, right? So, again, that seems like a prima facie crime to me. And as you said, at very least, a huge story.
Right.
What happened to that story once you reported it?
I was denounced as a right-wing tool, right? The Washington Post, their first story about the Twitter files, described me as conservative journalist Matt Taibbi. And then they did a silent edit.
I would beg to differ.
Yeah, this was ridiculous. And that was the line all the way through, even though the reports really, they weren't really about suppression of one political party or another. They were really much more about this process, which is just so scary, right? And nobody in the regular press really picked it up. And that was a shocker to me, because I thought, well, somebody's got to be interested in this, and they weren't,
How long were you there?
At Twitter doing the story? 3.5 months, I would say. So we got a lot of stuff. We got, not a lot, 200,000 emails, something like that, attachments. We still haven't gone through all of it. But the big thing was that there's just lots of evidence of this interplay between government and these platforms.
I think Elon at one point said publicly that there were Intel operatives working at Google, at Twitter, rather.
Lots of them.
Working there.
Lots of them. And that was another thing we didn't understand, when we first got there. We're like, why is there a CIA person here? Why is this person a former National Security Council operative? Like, what value add do they bring to
a tech company?
A tech company. I couldn't understand that.
But they're actually working there as employees.
Yeah. And they were making a lot of the big decisions about content too. In fact, one of the biggest emails that we found was there was a debate about whether or not Twitter had the ability to say no to, in this case, it was a State Department request about content. And the former CIA employee says, our window on that is closing as our government partners become more aggressive in their attributions, right? So what they were basically saying is, our ability to like push back is evaporating, and that I think has turned out to be true with these platforms. I think they're increasingly just sort of intertwined with
government,
with the state. Yeah.
So state media.
Yeah, and this is another continuation of the war on terror thing, because they began by demanding that these companies fork over, information about geolocation of users in other places around the world, even in the United States. But now they're venturing into content, right? Content domestically that people see.
So Google's the biggest, of course, of all these companies, and by far the most influential, as a monopoly on search, which is your window into all information.
Right.
If we were ever to see what goes on internally at Google, what do you think we would learn?
Well, I think we would find that they have massively changed the formula for, search returns. I mean, they even talked about this in 2017 and 2018 when they had this thing called Project Owl, which was designed to change the parameters of the search towards something they called authority. And authority was basically, the way it was explained to me when I talked to somebody at Google, it was like, if you search for baseball 5 years ago, you might have seen your local Little League team. Now you'll see MLB.com come up first, right? And you've probably noticed this when you do a Google search. The first 40 or 50 results will all be of a certain type, and it's much, much harder to find kind of this counter narrative version of reality now. Even if you know exactly what you're looking for or type in the title of the story, it's made reporting harder, don't you think? I mean, it actually challenges your understand, like, what is reality,
right? So the potential for mind control, or in fact the reality of mind control by the state and by affiliated actors dependent on the state or living in a symbiotic relationship with the state, it's almost impossible to have independent thoughts at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if most people are getting their information through these searches and through social media exchanges, and those things are heavily managed, then everybody's getting a skewed version of reality, and that's going to change the way that they think about everything. I think that's really dangerous. Obviously, it's not a new concept because we all read about it in Orwell and Aldous Huxley and all these other books, but what happens to people when they're getting their information in a way that's completely inorganic and false? And I think we have to get to the bottom of that. I don't know. I think it's scary.
Do you think there's been any slackening of it? I mean, we're in the middle of an election season right now. It's pretty clear that the people in charge in both parties will do anything to stop Trump, and for reasons probably nothing to do with Trump, actually, but bigger story. But whatever the cause, they're totally determined to control the outcome of this election.
Yeah. Well,
can you have a democracy under those circumstances?
I don't think so. So there was a Supreme Court case. There's one that's still going on, Murphy v. Missouri. And originally, the lower courts ruled that the federal government can't be doing that back and forth with all these platforms. And from what I understood, there was a little bit of a backing off point, right, where they weren't so intimately involved. But just about a month ago, Senator Mark Warner had a talk, and he said that essentially the companies have begun talking to the agencies again. This was after the Supreme Court held the hearing on that case, and it didn't look so good for the free speech advocates afterwards. So, that tells me that they're already, thinking of coming up with another program. I know for a fact, for stories that I'm working on, that there are a couple of different contracting ideas for new sort of content review programs that would be partnerships with government in the same way that there were the last time around. Like the last time around, we had this thing called the Election Integrity Partnership. It was run out of Stanford, but it was done in partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Global Engagement Center, which is at the State Department, and the University of Washington and some other partners. But that was a thing where there was a big organized content flagging operation that involved the government. They're going to do something like that again. It's just a question of like who's going to do it, what the method is going to be. And my understanding is that it's going to be more aggressive this time around.
So there have been a number of war games, right, where academics, NGO officials, government officials, it's all sort of this blob. It's kind of hard to disaggregate it, but have gamed out various election scenarios. And it sounds a little more to me like contingency planning than like an academic exercise. But tell me what you know about that.
Well, it's interesting that you bring that up. So you may have noticed in the news lately that there have been a lot of stories warning about AI deepfakes.
Yeah.
This is the new, if Russia was the excuse for getting involved in content moderation in 2020 or even 2018, AI and deepfakes are the new buzzword in Washington. And
I thought it was just a way to explain away your porn tapes.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. I didn't make this. It's a deep fake. But this is something that somebody tipped me off to. Now, this is not like a secret. It's actually public, although nobody has brought it up. There is a website that's out there. But this is a game. It's basically Elections and Dragons. It's made by In-Q-Tel. You can see the IQT here, which is the venture capital arm of the CIA. And it is a...
Wait, stop.
Yeah.
Why does the CIA have a venture arm?
Because to develop technologies that would otherwise probably be prohibited. And, because there's a lot of things that they get into that maybe are good money-making ideas. I mean, part of what being in the intelligence business is about is getting out and making money, right? So,
but that's kind of a problem if your intel agencies have venture arms.
Yes, right. You would think that would be a problem.
So this is a CIA-funded election game.
Yep, it's a CIA-funded election game, and just to start, just like Dungeons and Dragons, it has funny dice. This is a 10-sided die.
But for the record, are you making this up? Is this real?
This is real. This is real. Haywire is the name of the game. And if you roll the In-Q-Tel symbol, right? It says on
I'm laughing. This is so dark.
It says on the back, if you roll, it's basically the premise of the game is that you are trying to avoid a haywire situation, meaning an AI-induced disaster.
Where the voters get what they want.
Basically, yeah. So if you roll the In-Q-Tel logo, it says haywire reverted. So basically, if you roll CIA, you win, right?
Now, the CIA venture logo looks a little bit like the symbol for nuclear power.
It does look a little bit like that, yes.
Yeah.
So this game is used to train. From what I understand, it's used to train people in government to war game out scenarios that may happen, right? Which is why this is so. Some of these scenarios are so incredible.
Like if an orange populist were to somehow become president again.
Well, right. And when I went through these, I know obviously I just opened this box, but I have another one. The one that really jumped out at me is this thing called The Purple Disappeared.
The Purple Disappeared.
If you could read out what it says.
Swing states appear safe on the national electoral map in early polling. Later, it emerges that AI-driven election forecasts were wrong because the data scientists overlooked significant partisan differences that make swing states highly competitive. Discuss your response plan, then draw 2 injects. Real-world harm, it says at the bottom, misinformation/social bias, heightened stress, anxiety, and depression. What's social bias mean?
I have no idea, but that certainly sounds to me like they're asking the game players to come up with with a plan for some kind of reaction to election results that don't necessarily square with what the polls were indicating, right? I mean, that's basically what they're saying in that scenario. Here's another one: mind games. An easy-to-use voice model helps create a viral video suggesting that one of the candidates may have dementia.
Suggesting.
Discuss your response plan and draw 2 injects. So it's just full of stuff like this, and this. We started to hear about this idea that there were people in this information management /censorship / content moderation space that were deeply involved with, finding new ways to manage information that people see. Back in 2010, the Army actually got rid of the term PSYOP because they thought it had negative connotations. They brought it back in 2017 because there was a widespread belief that we have to engage in influence operations, that because Russia is already doing it, because China is already doing it, we need to do it. And it's the same thing
aimed at our own population.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We did this before previously. We created phony social media accounts in Arabic and Pashto, right? And that's something that we've understood. What's different is that they're now doing this in English, right? And they're now aiming this at domestic populations.
I thought that was illegal.
It is. I would think it's illegal. I think a lot of this behavior is just unregulated, not looked at. I mean, who's going to go in and tell them they can't do this? What body is going? I mean, it's
the New York Times, the Washington Post. Democracy dies in darkness. I mean, that is the role of the press.
Yes, but
to expose excesses and roll them back by exposing them.
But the problem is that they see, for instance, Donald Trump and the Trump movement as an extension of what they might call the Russian information ecosystem. They say, like the Global Engagement Center of the State Department has this concept of information ecosystem. So if you're too in alignment with Russian foreign policy views on, say, Ukraine or something like that, you can be part of the ecosystem even if you have nothing to do with that country. So the idea that the first head of the Global Engagement Center is a former editor of Time magazine, Rick Stengel. He wrote a book called Information Wars that we all had to read when we were doing the Twitter files because we didn't know about this organization. Talked openly about how he thought the Trump campaign, he recognized the same techniques that he saw from ISIS and from Russia. So they see all this as all part of a piece, and that is what I think is dangerous, is that we're sort of bringing the ethos of military counter messaging from the war on terror. We're bringing that home, and the enemy is now the domestic voter.
But, right. Okay. So military messaging, but the purpose of the military is to kill people in the end. and to deter war by the threat of killing people. But basically, it's killing. That's their business.
Killing, yes, but also trying to discourage recruitment, right?
Of course, right.
Right.
Of course. But fundamentally, if you were to say, like, what's the purpose of military? It's to exert force, physical force. So if the U.S. military is turning its psyops on the country, like it's not that far, the nature of organizations and mission creep from there to like hurting people.
Exactly. And they actually, you'll find we found NATO papers that talked about how they found the American belief in inform, not influence, or truthfulness. That's part of an old NATO memo about influence operations, that you can't tell untruths. The more modern belief is that that's outdated, that because the Russians don't do that we have to, we shouldn't have those restraints. So we have to worry now about sort of phony influence operations in the United States. And if you look at it in things through that lens, suddenly things like Russiagate start to make a little bit more sense, right? Because you can imagine somebody in the intelligence services saying, well, Donald Trump is part of this nexus of anti-American forces, and anything's fair game against that kind of person.
So what Russia's central to all of this in the minds of the people doing it? And from my perspective, as someone who's never been that interested in Russia, the country, you sort of wake up one day and, 25 years after the end of the Cold War, and realize you're required to hate Russia. And I just refuse to go along with that on principle, not because I loved Russia. I do kind of like Russia, actually, having been there, but I didn't have any feelings about it a year ago.
Right.
But I'm an adult man, and I don't want to be told what to think. And I'm not going to be, period, under any circumstances, because I'm not a slave. So, but unanswered is the question, like, why? Why is that a requirement of living in the United States, where I've lived my whole life, hating Russia? Like, what does that have to do with anything? Like, how do we get there, of all countries? What is this?
I don't understand that either. And also...
You don't?
I mean, especially compared to when Russia actually was a major... I mean, it wasn't nearly this intense in the 70s and 80s.
I was here. It was not.
Right?
Oh, of course not. In fact, people said, Russia was actually running actual psyops against the United States. AIDS was created at Fort Meade to kill black people. All these things. Like that was a Russian...
The active measures campaigns.
Big time. And of course, there were all these proxy wars going on even then in Mozambique, and there were like actual wars. And the prevailing view among people I knew was, Soviets are bad. Of course, no one's pro-Soviet in normal person world, but it would be kind of nice to be at peace. And nuclear war is really scary, and like, let's avoid that. That was the view that I remember as a child, right?
Sure, yeah. We had Sting telling us the Russians love their children too,
and which is true.
And when Gorbachev came on the scene, I remember very distinctly people saying, that we have to find a way to get along with these people, like that we're spending too much money on defense, and that this is costing both of our societies. But that's not where we're at now. And oddly enough, the current American government, it feels a lot like the Soviet government of the early 80s, right? Where, Joe Biden would have fit in perfectly in the Politburo of the early...
He is Brezhnev. I've thought that many times.
Yeah. He's the doddering old, physically dead leader who still has a title because, he hasn't actually expired
Presiding over a decayed, cynical society that no longer believes in the slogans.
Right. The Russians have a joke where Gorbachev gets in a limousine. He's late for work, so he drives too fast. The cops pull him over, and Gorbachev's driver is drunk, passed out in the back. So he had to drive himself. He gets stopped by the police, and the cop sees him, salutes, goes back to the car, and the other cop says, "Who is that?" And he goes, "I don't know, but Gorbachev was his driver." And that's how you feel about America now. Who's running this country? Does anybody know?
Who is running the country?
Is it Jake Sullivan? I mean, you'd have to make a guess. Wouldn't you? I mean, somebody has to have the final say about these things, and it can't be Biden. I just think that's a very weird thing to not know.
And no one seems curious about it either.
Right. Where are the stories about that? Who's that? Well, I mean, the Wall Street Journal just did a story about that.
I read it.
They broke the seal on that, but
It's kind of a silly, dishonest story, but in it were quite a silly, dishonest story, I thought, but whatever. But there were certainly things in there that had not been in the Wall Street Journal or a big paper before, for sure.
Right. They took they dipped a toe in the lake of right. Yeah. But still, you in a real country, we would be scrambling to find out. Well, the president is clearly not capable. So what's going on? Nothing. There's not a hint of anything, which is just it's so bizarre.
Well, and especially given the consequences. I mean, if this were 1995, you could sort of say it sort of runs on autopilot, and Tim Cook and the captains of industry can pitch in and sort of keep us on the track. I mean, that would be the view, right? But now we are on the brink. We're closer to nuclear war than we've ever been, closer than the Cuban Missile Crisis right now.
Right.
To total nuclear annihilation. And if the commander-in-chief is non-compos mentis, and I mean, the ship is listing it's on its side, where are the people saying, I hate Trump, I love Biden? Politics don't even matter at this level. We're on the verge of nuclear war. That's not acceptable. Let's pull back. I have not even heard any person say that. What is that?
I don't know. Where's the public concern about that either? I mean, if this were 1986,
yes,
and we were at this level of antagonism with Russia, if there had been an exploded pipeline, if there was a shooting war in Ukraine, right, or some kind of proxy territory where our weapons were killing Russian troops and vice versa, because some of ours are over there too.
Quite a few,
and people would be panicking, right? Because at any minute, we're all relying on somebody like Putin being rational, which is already, I made that mistake in thinking that he would never invade Ukraine.
I thought that too.
And so what are we banking on the idea that if we launch some kind of a weapon into the Russian territory, that they're not going to hit us?
What do you think?
I mean, I think the people who are prosecuting the conflict from our side, I'm very familiar with their mindset because I knew a lot of these folks when I was in Russia. They're not. It's kind of like all the president's men. These aren't very bright guys.
Yeah.
And things have gotten out of hand. And I think that they have no idea what they're doing, and this could easily get out of hand very, very quickly because they're messianic about this. They think they must continue this conflict. Whereas the one thing that I thought Barack Obama was sensible about was when the Crimea thing happened, he said, look, it's not, it's always going to be more important to them than it is to us.
That's right. So, very important to them, by the way.
Right, exactly.
So I hear these people, including the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine but many others, just sort of blithely announce that, we're going to take Crimea. And that, again, I don't have strong feelings about Crimea. I've never been there, but I think I know as a factual matter that is a trigger for nuclear war right there.
For sure. And it's kind of a jump ball also, like, should that place be?
Well, I think it is Russian at this point, but
right, and it's been Russian historically.
Yes.
I mean, there's a lot of weird stuff about Ukraine's history, like the fact that they created the territory as sort of on a whim, in the middle of the Soviet period. The lines are very arbitrary; they're not drawn along real linguistic or cultural lines. And if you've been to the place, you'll find that it's very Russian in some parts and very Ukrainian in others. I'm sure that's changing now, but the people who are pushing this, they have no knowledge of that whatsoever. It's the same thing as when I was in Russia. They've been told one thing, and so Ukraine to them is like Switzerland, and we're saving it from Russia. Whereas the reality is that it's nothing like that in reality. And I don't know, how dangerous do you think they are? I think they're crazy.
I think they're the most dangerous. I think they're seized by hubris. I think there is a messianic quality to this. I think the entire leadership class of the country is determined to commit suicide. I think that they've boxed themselves in. They're criminals. They know that they will be exposed as such. And they've also reached kind of the apogee of American empire anyway. It's all downhill from here. I do think that they feel this. And I think they want to extinguish this society. And that's such an incredibly dark thing to say. I hesitate even to say it, but I don't see a rational explanation for any of this behavior at all. I don't think it advances anyone's aims, including their own.
Right.
I don't believe that Larry Fink is like orchestrating all of this so BlackRock can get even richer. I think they want to get richer. I think Larry Fink's a bad guy, obviously. But I don't think it's...
Or Lockheed Martin.
That's exactly right. The defense contractors. That's all true on one level, but that's not the explanation.
No.
No, it's way deeper than that. I think it's a spiritual thing. And I do think societies kill themselves just as people do. And I think that's what clearly that's what we're seeing. I mean, tell me how that's not what we're seeing. And I think that's just such an ugly idea. Again, it hurts me to articulate it, but you asked, so that's what I honestly think.
Well, I mean, what other explanation is there?
Well, kind of, yeah.
Right? I mean, I've kind of run out of... I made the mistake, I think, for years of trying to think, well, what's the angle on this?
That's right. That's how I thought.
You know, like, there's got to be some end game that they're going for. And the only way to make sense of this is to give that up, I think, because there's something darker going on in the culture of people who run this country that it's inaccessible if you're trying to like assign motives to it.
Right.
They could easily, like, just take the problem with Donald Trump. They could easily defeat Donald Trump as a political entity if they were thinking as political consultants did in the 90s or 80s, right? Like, they would just make some subtle adjustments. They would throw a bone to working people and you know, they would put forward a candidate who isn't, you know, physically dead, and they would win, right? But no, for them, I think it's a principle that a certain kind of voter not have a say in things, and that's just totally counterintuitive to me. I just don't understand that, you know? But
so in other words, it's not just Trump, it's the idea that the people who like Trump, those people might have power or be rewarded.
Right. We cannot legitimize the negative feelings of those voters, is how they think. Whereas it's incredibly obvious if you go out in the campaign trail and talk to people who vote for Trump, that they do it for a million different reasons,
right.
You know, ranging from, you know, the town that I live in used to be a booming economic center, and now it's dead, right? It looks like a third world country, to there isn't a functioning hospital within 300 miles of where I live. The Walmart is now the only place where you can buy anything for 50 miles. Like, there's a million reasons. And then there's some social issues too. But once upon a time, I mean, I remember not so long ago, even Bill Clinton talking about trying to reclaim some of those working class voters. And that was a legitimate
Bill
activity.
Clinton won West Virginia. He won every county in West Virginia. Imagine.
Every county, that's amazing.
Every county in West Virginia in 1992. And of course, I think he lost California.
Wow.
And so imagine a Democrat winning any county in West Virginia.
Well, they wouldn't want to win.
No, they don't.
Right?
It's totally true.
Right?
It's totally
I mean, they go in there with this scolding attitude, like, learn to code. Like, what's wrong with you? Like there's this punitive attitude about it, which is as you know, if you've covered campaigns, you cannot win if you have hostility towards the voters.
Well, that's Trump's secret, is he doesn't hate them.
He loves them.
I know.
Right. And that was immediately apparent from his first campaign, is that he got up there and, you know, people say, well, what does a billionaire have in common with, you know, ordinary people? Well, he's like them in a lot of ways. He has the same,
right.
He probably does the same thing in the spare time. He goes to the same websites and
we eat at the same restaurant. We know that.
Right. Exactly.
McDonald's.
And, you know, so when he opens his mouth, people think, you know, I can connect with this guy. Now, it's a lot of it is fake, right? And the policy prescriptions may not make any sense, but you can understand why.
But at
people...
the level, at the level of Viscera, he is affection, and they have hate, and I think that's the thing that shocks me most. Like I think I'm way too autistic or something to understand a lot of the things that are happening right now, but I think in terms of like, outcomes. And that's not what any of this is about. And the thing that shocks me most is the actual hostility that people in DC, where effectively I'm from, have for the rest of the country. Like, they hate the people in the country.
They do.
They don't just look down on them. I thought it was just like looking down on them in a snobbish way.
Right.
No, it's like a hostility.
Right.
Like when they die, and you saw this during COVID, he didn't get the vax, well, he died. I'm glad he died. Like, I'm glad he died. It's
right.
American.
Right.
I'm not happy when a gang member dies in the south side of Chicago. No, I'm serious. I couldn't be more opposed to gang members in the south side of Chicago, but like, I don't know, it's a human being. It's an American. Like, I think it's sad, actually.
Oh, I mean, the hostility during the COVID thing was it was unbelievable to watch.
What was that?
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy Kimmel does this whole anti-vax Barbie thing where it's just, it's the worst kind of, cosmopolitan looking down at the hick kind of a thing, and they hate these people, right?
But why?
I don't understand. Like, once upon again, not long ago, entertainers wanted to connect with ordinary people, and now they don't like that audience. They wouldn't want to get plaudits from that audience, and politicians don't either. They want to be elected by the right people, or they want to do it without the help of the wrong kind of voters, but they can't because they're outnumbered. So it's a crazy time, but I do think you're right that if you try to figure this out by assigning rational motives to any of this, it doesn't make any sense. It won't work.
So we're on a slide, as you said at the very outset, into authoritarian government, certainly a different form of government, not a democratic government at all, and some kind of oligarchy. I'm already there. Is there any way to arrest that or slow it down? Is it inevitable? Like, what if you could project? What do you see?
Well, I mean, I don't think so. Part of the reason that I'm so spun up about a lot of the stuff that's happening is because I watched what happened when, speech freedoms, even limited ones like the ones in Russia, they disappear, they don't come back. Like that's kind of what happens, and
they don't come back. That is true, isn't it?
Right, and in the United States, there was a reverence once for the First Amendment, for the whole Bill of Rights, that it just doesn't exist anymore. There's this kind of like defeatist or unbelieving attitude about it, and that's been another revelation of working on stories like the Twitter files, is finding out that people don't have the same feeling about the First Amendment that people did in the 80s and 90s, or even the early 2000s. I mean, even Rob Reiner does The American President, right? And it's all about how, the ACLU and, being allowed to burn the flag. And, and he's on the other side of this thing now, right?
Big time.
And so what happened to all those people? What happened to that belief in the system? I mean, for all of them, you mentioned that you and I came from different political places at one point in time. I think we probably both share a belief that America on some level worked, right? It had all kinds of flaws. But immigrants came here from all over the world. They built good lives, and they chose to stay here. I mean, my family, came from different parts of the world, and this country is screwed up. I like the fact that it's screwed up, but it works. This system has been a great thing, and people don't believe that. I think they've lost that belief. I think, which is so sad. I don't know. Do you feel that? I mean,
I feel it really strongly, and I also feel that any semblance of national unity or common belief, shared culture, even shared language, but particularly the culture, is gone. And I noticed it in talking to you because actually, you know, maybe you voted for one guy, voted for the other, but our core beliefs about you just articulated them right there. I've never doubted that a day in my life.
Right.
I just didn't, you know, because like, yeah, America, yeah, screwed up in a lot of ways, of course. First of all, it's huge, so of course it's screwed up. Everything big is screwed up.
Sure.
But the best. The system works. And I don't feel that there's a national consensus on that at all anymore. And it seemed to have evaporated very, very fast, and I'm not quite sure how. Maybe that's the problem with being in your 50s. Things change and you didn't see the change coming.
Yeah, that's still a mystery, right? Like, where did that happen? There had to have been a moment in time where...
Well, I'll tell you, part of what happened is the people who were deputized to defend it refused to. And
That's true.
Rick Stengels of the world, who was supposed to be, he was literally a guardian of the First Amendment. He's the editor of Time magazine.
Right.
And next thing you know, he's a federal official working for Obama against the First Amendment. And you're like, well, that's a dereliction of duty. That's a major sin. I think it's a crime. I think you should be punished for that, actually. You can't allow that. I mean, if you're in a battle and the officers desert, they get shot for that. You're not allowed to do that. Like, you need leadership in order to preserve whatever it is that you have.
Right. Right.
And so I blame the leaders 100%. And without leadership, of course, things fall apart. And no one's willing to stand up and be like, no, you know, the dignity of the average person is not just a good thing. It's the core of the enterprise. It's essential. You give that up, we're done. And, you know, you're not allowed to do this, period.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, now, you know, the role of the media, I think, is an important one in American society. We were given a very important responsibility to tell the public when things aren't going right, and to do that continually, no matter what, you know, which way the political winds are blowing, to stick to that. And so now it's kind of more important than ever to keep doing that. I mean, you asked me, like, how does this get turned around? I don't know, but the only thing I know is I think, you know, you have to keep doing this stuff and telling people about it in the hopes that it will get turned around.
So last question, you spent 10 years within a society that, you know, punished journalists physically at times for telling the truth. You're watching political figures go to jail, and whatever you think of the charges or convictions or whatever, in every single case, you know for a dead certain fact, if that person hadn't been in politics on the wrong side, he would not be going to jail. That's just a fact. So they're using jail as a political instrument. How long until that comes to journalists? Like, do you worry that at this rate, like, you wind up indicted?
I've started for the first time to worry about that. You know, because I spent so much time in Russia and I knew people who, you know, physically suffered for what they did, right? Whenever people talked about taking risks as a journalist in the United States, I always said, look, please, you know, like, in other parts of the world, they actually go through hardship.
Yeah, try that in Mexico.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. See what happens, you know?
Yeah.
You know, but it's gotten weird here. I mean, even the Bannon story, there's an element of that where it may not be as much about him as a political figure as it is about War Room necessarily.
Well, it's 100% that.
Right?
And no one wants to say it, but at this point in his life, as of today, Steve Bannon is a journalist. That's what he is. Now, you may disagree with him completely. He hosts a talk show every day.
Right.
It's like, what is that?
Right. And the most influential one.
Yeah, I know.
Right. And, you know, you hear people like Rick Wilson getting up and saying, yeah, it's 4 months, but it's 4 important months. It's 4 key months. He said, you know, like, you know, the Republican strategist, he said that.
The Lincoln Project.
Yeah, the Lincoln Project guy and the former Dick Cheney aide, you know, like I saw that and I was like, wow, they're kind of saying that out in the open, you know, and even my experience, look, you had the FISA thing happened.
Yeah.
When I did the Twitter files, an IRS agent showed up at my house while I was testifying to Congress. So
that's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, no, I thought it had to be a coincidence, but I don't think, I now no longer think it is, and I do worry about it. I mean, I haven't even shared this with my wife yet, but I thought it might be time for us to get a house in some other place that doesn't have an extradition treaty.
Yeah, well, there aren't many.
Yeah, which is a problem,
Oh,
right?
I'm aware of that. Yeah.
Yeah. And I never had those thoughts even a year ago, but you must have had them.
I've had some thoughts. Yeah, I've had some experiences that are pretty shocking, I would say. Not interested in talking about it, but yeah, for sure, really, really shocking. But it's still kind of all hard to believe. I guess it's always that way, right? When your society changes, it's hard to believe it's actually happening.
Well, it's happened slowly. Like somewhere along the line, I became conscious of the fact that obviously somebody must be listening to.
Yeah.
The people who I have in my contacts list. A lot of them are out of the country or running from the law or on the wrong side of the intelligence services, and there's no way that somebody's not aware of what's going on, of what I do, and that's unnerving on one level. But yes, this recent thing about even the stuff involving the Epoch Times and Alex Jones, who I was never a fan of his. He had some choice things to say about me, but I think this whole thing started with the decision to take him off the internet, and that's troubling. Like they clearly see in journalists and information as a threat, and I don't think it's an accident that there aren't that many places left to publish, and there aren't that many people left doing real journalism. So yeah,
You think Twitter will stay open for the duration of the election?
Yeah, it probably will. But Trump's not on anymore. I mean, Trump's Twitter account is what won him, I think, the 2016 election, and that was one of the reasons I think journalists hate him, is because he proved that in the internet age, you don't need reporters.
That's right.
If you're a politician, and they couldn't stand that. I mean, I listened to those conversations. They were very resentful of the fact that he didn't have to go through their approval system, but he's not on Twitter anymore, and I mean, it's extraordinary that Joe Biden's the only candidate in this election who hasn't been censored in some way. RFK has been censored.
Yeah.
Ramaswamy's have been booted off LinkedIn for periods of time. I mean, like
Jill Stein, for that matter.
Jill Stein, we found her in the Twitter files. She was on a list called is_Russian, which was
Jill Stein.
Yes, yes. She and
Can they hear themselves? I mean, can they? By the way, I like Jill Stein and know Jill Stein. I'm not against Jill Stein. Not voting for her, but
right.
It's fine. But if you find yourself thinking that Jill Stein, Dr. Jill Stein, is the threat to America, you're a buffoon too.
But they think that, right? I mean, they have the hostility towards Jill Stein the same way they had a hostility toward Ralph Nader once in the day. And the difference is now, if you're Jill Stein, they see you as part of the Trump apparatus. You're no different from Trump to them. Assange, Jill Stein, ISIS, whatever, they're all lumped together. Yeah. So Snowden, exactly. Yeah. So it's these are crazy times.
Is there anything that can get you to stop?
No. I mean, I've got kids, so I'm obviously not completely invulnerable, right? But I think the world, America needs journalists, and again, the first thing that we have to be is, tough about it, right? And so you got to get knocked off before you give up. I think you shouldn't give up, right? I mean, all my heroes in journalism didn't do that, so I'm not going to do that, I don't think. But I mean, you wouldn't, would you?
Under any circumstances.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So,
Matt Taibbi, thank you.
Thanks so much, Tucker. I appreciate it.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. We hope you'll subscribe to it. And by the way, you can hit the little bell on there and get notifications every time we produce a video. We hope you'll do that also.
Star Wars was a popular movie. A sequel was inevitable. And when audiences in 1980 first entered the movie theater to see that sequel, they saw something unusual. What everyone assumed would be the second chapter of the Star Wars saga was, for some reason, being called Episode 5? That didn't make any sense. It had only been 3 years since the first one, and the only new Star Wars stories that had come out since then were a few novels, a Marvel comic series, and a notorious holiday special. Were some of those supposed to be Star Wars 2, 3, and 4? No. As audiences would discover when the first Star Wars movie was re-released into theaters in 1981, the film had been retroactively titled Episode 4: A New Hope. And with the cliffhanger ending of The Empire Strikes Back, not only was Episode 6 assured, but seemingly, so were 3 additional movies detailing the backstory of Ben Kenobi and Darth Vader. It seems that George Lucas had a plan, but what was it? When he first started to write down ideas for his then untitled Star Wars sequel in the summer of 1977, Lucas drafted a rough timeline of the universe he created and now had the opportunity to explore. In this early version of the saga, the Star Wars trilogy occupied episodes 6 through 8, and the Clone Wars trilogy, episodes 2 through 4, were bookended by standalone prelude and epilogue films. In the end, though, he eliminated 2 of those movies, and the Star Wars trilogy became episodes 4 through 6, with a trilogy of prequels remaining in the back of his mind. And with the early history of Darth Vader becoming a complicated part of the narrative in the latter 2 films, Lucas had to figure out what that history actually was. So, as he devised the stories of The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, he also developed what would become the backbone of the prequels, but it would take another 20 years to see those stories actually brought to life. The realities of making a trilogy of complex, massively popular films affected Lucas both personally and professionally. The Empire Strikes Back had totally burned him out, so his sequel trilogy ideas about Luke Skywalker meeting his long-lost sister and eventually defeating the Emperor in Episode 9 were crammed into Return of the Jedi so he could finish his story and take a break. But what if he didn't take a break from Star Wars? What if, after making Return of the Jedi, George Lucas didn't move on to projects like Labyrinth, Willow, and Howard the Duck, and instead jumped right back into the galaxy far, far away and made his Star Wars prequels? What if The Phantom Menace came out in 1987? Why 1987? Well, there's a few reasons. The first is that while each film in the original trilogy was released 3 years apart, Lucas took an extra year to develop the first one, jotting down his first ideas in 1973. And with Episode 1 being removed from the original trilogy by several decades, it might also take some extra time to figure out how the setting would be different this time around. And this did end up happening with the real movie. Lucas started writing it in November 1994, and it was finally released in May 1999. The second reason for choosing 1987 as our alternate year of release would be George Lucas's ongoing divorce. He and his ex-wife Marcia, who was an editor on the original Star Wars movie, announced their divorce in 1983, with the settlement being finalized in 1987. And while the details have remained sealed since then, it's been rumored that she received somewhere between $35 and $50 million. Maybe in our hypothetical world, Lucas anticipated the costly settlement and decided that another Star Wars movie could help to recoup those losses. Or maybe our version of Lucas just decided to lean into his workaholic tendencies in order to distract himself from this major change in his personal life. The third reason for choosing 1987 is because it would have been the 10th anniversary of the original Star Wars film. Releasing the first installment of a new trilogy in the year of that anniversary seems like a good marketing move, and the special editions took advantage of a similar milestone. So with all that in mind, we've set our release schedule for the prequels. Episode 1 comes out on the traditional late May release date of May 22nd, 1987. Episode 2 is released on May 25th, 1990, and the prequel trilogy wraps up with Episode 3 on May 18th, 1993. Now all we need to do is figure out what's actually in the movie. I think the basic plot could be the same, since The Phantom Menace as it exists already draws very heavily on Lucas's early story synopsis for A New Hope. In that version, an older general is tasked with helping the young princess of an embattled world escape her home and seek safety in a friendly star system, with the princess disguising herself as a commoner along the way. As they escape the planet, their ship is attacked and they're forced to make an emergency landing on a foreign world. The general and the princess are also forced to take refuge with a group of rebel boys who end up joining them on their journey. Finally, in order to secure the princess's safety, the general and his band of young rebels must then ally with a society of seemingly primitive aliens, and their eventual victory is celebrated with a lavish parade. And when you're trying to tell the story before Star Wars, it makes a certain amount of sense to revisit what was literally the story before Star Wars. Plus, with everything else going on in Lucas's life at the time, maybe he would have leaned even harder into those ideas that he'd already had, since he wouldn't have had a couple of decades to come up with any new ones. But would Lucas have spearheaded these movies as writer and director like he eventually would in the real world? If this is the early 80s running on fumes Lucas, I think it's entirely possible and maybe even highly likely that he would have just kept the producer role he had on Empire and Jedi and let other writers and directors help to develop the new movies. But the problem with that is we have no idea who those people would have been or what ideas they would have brought to the table. And thanks to Lucas severing his ties with the Directors Guild of America in 1980, any big-name union directors would be out of the running. So, unfortunately, those anonymous other contributors are gonna have to be me. And because I'm trying to turn a bunch of off-the-cuff discussions and half-thought-out ideas from over 40 years ago into a movie, this hypothetical version of Episode 1 is gonna have a fair amount of speculation and, let's face it, fan fiction. I don't want this to be just a some guy rewrites the prequels thing though, so as I run through this new story for Episode 1, I'm going to be stopping fairly frequently to explain why I'm changing something or not changing something, and where I'm getting a particular idea from. And since that might impact the flow of the actual story being told, you can find a link in the description to a second video that has just the story synopsis of this alternate Episode 1. And because this is a video, we should be able to see what this hypothetical story might actually look like, right? So, with resources provided by the SWTOR Slicers community, I ripped a bunch of models from the Old Republic, pulled them into Blender, and made some concept frames to go along with the story. Where possible, I've tried to embrace the spirit of what I think could have appeared in the movie using the game's assets. For example, rather than the robed monk look for the Jedi that ended up in the film, George Lucas initially wanted them to appear more armored, using Mad Mardigan from Willow as a point of reference. And despite Mad Mardigan's double-braided hairstyle evolving into the Padawan braid Obi-Wan wears in the final movie, the Jedi design as a whole eventually shifted to something more reminiscent of Ben Kenobi's look in the original Star Wars film as a way to connect the two versions of the character together in the audience's minds. But because Willow probably doesn't exist in the world where our movie was made, Lucas may have been more willing to lean into the knight aspects of the Jedi Knights without it feeling like a retread, so our version of Obi-Wan is slightly more armored while still retaining some elements of Ben Kenobi's classic look. So with all that out of the way, let's take a look at what might have happened a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Rather than the movie opening with Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan boarding the Trade Federation ship, I think the film could start with Obi-Wan and Mace Windu arriving at a space station to oversee the delivery of fusion portables on behalf of the Republic. This is kind of a weird departure, but there is a reason for it. Even before George Lucas wrote his full story synopsis, he scribbled down some character names and other world-building details using a journal entry as a framing device. This entry in the Journal of the Whills was written by a Jedi who had been the apprentice to a powerful warrior named Mace Windu. The name Qui-Gon didn't enter the picture until much later, specifically not until the second act of The Phantom Menace's first draft, when the characters finally reached Coruscant after their adventure on Tatooine. In that version of the story, Obi-Wan was sent to negotiate with the Trade Federation alone, and he was the one who met Jar Jar, rescued the Queen, found Anakin, and fought Darth Maul in the desert. But during those opening moments of the film, George Lucas felt that Obi-Wan needed someone to talk to, so he moved Qui-Gon up in the story and had him accompany Obi-Wan on the mission. And Qui-Gon's role eventually grew and grew until he eventually replaced Obi-Wan for most of the movie. But because Qui-Gon doesn't exist yet, the Jedi accompanying Obi-Wan will be Mace instead, who won't have a purple lightsaber because he wouldn't have been played by Sam Jackson in 1987. As for the mission itself being different, that also comes directly from the Journal of the Whills, which reads, "It was 4 years later that our greatest adventure began. We were guardians on a shipment of fusion portables to Yavin, when we were summoned to the desolate second planet of Yoshiro by a mysterious courier from the chairman of the Alliance. So, let's continue to use the stories before Star Wars to tell the story before Star Wars. Obi-Wan and Mace are Jedi Knights, babysitting a shipment of fusion portables to some outpost in the middle of nowhere when their uneventful mission is suddenly disrupted by a courier who's arrived at the station and sees their laser swords. He tells them that he's from the planet Aquilai, and that his world has been blockaded by the Trade Federation in an attempt to extort control of their chrome factories. Their communications have been disrupted for months, and he's the only courier to have survived the blockade. So we've got a couple more changes here. Instead of Naboo, we have Aquilai. Aquilai was the name of the planet in peril from Lucas's early story synopsis, and when it was elaborated on in his rough draft script, its chrome industry became an important part of the universe, with Aquilian chrome being used in everything from weapons to droids to furniture, and the allegiance of Aquilai's chrome companies became a driving force in the story as well, once the Empire blockaded the planet. And with chrome being a major part of Naboo's technological aesthetic, I think it's safe to say that the planet is a direct descendant of Aquilai from those old drafts. And because we're not allowing for an extra decade of Lucas coming up with Star Wars sounding planet names, we can continue to call it Aquilai. Back to the story.
I'm gonna go to bed. I can't stay up anymore. Good night. I can't even keep